up, y'all? Welcome to Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am Zay Collier. Chip Brown will be joining us any moment now, but appreciate y'all rocking with us on this Wild and Out Monday. Doing it big, TSU. Y'all know how we do. Like, subscribe, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, X, Instagram. We're everywhere. Get the app. Y'all know y'all know how we get down. CB, what's happening, man? Appreciate you as always, my brother. Talk about a lot of good football this past weekend. Week 2, college football. Week 1, NFL. A lot of upsets in college football. Texas Longhorns did their thing today. Chip Brown's down there on campus, so I'm sure he's going to be at the LBJ library today. And Steve Sarkeesian was a little spicy today. A little spicy, old Sark, coming in on a Monday. And I thought he handled all the questions well. The big topic right now is something wrong with Arch Manning? Is he hurt? Because he makes weird freaking faces sometimes when he throws a football. Faces that look like someone would be hurt. I don't know. Grimacing, looked like he's in pain. But then he throws the ball, like completely overthrows Ryan Wingo multiple times on Saturday. So I don't know. It's weird. Sark shook it off in a very Steve Sarkeesian way today in the presser. Arch shook it off Saturday after the game. Sark shook it off Saturday after the game. So according to Texas football, there is no injury, nothing going on with Arch Manning, even though a lot of people in national media think so. Let's see what my man thinks live from LBJ Library. My main man, my dog, the great Chip Brown.
Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, on an Overreaction Monday. Zay, I'm hoping now that the last Monday was Labor Day, so the LBJ library was like, no one was here. Now there are people here. Let's see how this goes. Hopefully it'll go great because, of course, we're talking about the Texas Longhorns, who improved to 1-1 with a 38-7 win over San Jose State. Just got out of the press conferences with Steve Sarkeesian and the players. And, well, first of all, how are you doing, my man?
I'm good, man. I was telling the folks before you jumped on, Sark, a little spicy today with his Arch Manning injury comments. And I got the video to play for the folks that didn't listen. You were in the room when Sark addressed Arch Manning because we know Arch Manning makes some very odd faces at times when he's releasing the football. So odd, it makes you assume there might be an injury going on. Well, Sark was asked that today. Listen to how he handled it.
You're right, Zach.
Arch Manning seemed to be having some throwing pains by the
According to who?
Arch.
Arch said that to you?
No.
Oh, according to who?
It just looked like he was.
He doesn't have any.
Is there an explanation to why it looked like that?
I don't know. I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Sark, you talk.
Oh, my.
Yeah,
Oh my.
I wasn't in that room when he said that. Now, we don't have the part where he made it kind of light, where he was like, y'all like that one, before the next question was asked. So it kind of went into a joke afterwards because it was a little heavy. But you were in the room. Talk about just what that experience was like.
Yeah, that was like, what? Did that just really happen? So, I mean, because it was a talking point. It was a talking point on TV. And now, I mean, yeah, that was wild. That's all you can say. That was wild. And it was a student reporter who asked the question. And so Sark did say, hey, I'm going to come back to you with another question. and he did. And but yeah, how about that answer?
Yeah.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
I,
Because Arch does make some crazy faces when he's throwing the football.
yeah. I mean, I get what he's trying to say. When I'm on the toilet handling my business, I don't even think my faces are the like of Arch Manning, what I've seen him make these last few weeks. And I didn't notice it last year. Now people are going back. I saw Hank South put out that photo of Arch a couple of years ago during the game. And, he's always done it. It's just now with all the cameras in his face, you really see it. And it was interesting, that play specifically. It was Ryan Wingo cutting across the middle, and he threw it in the dirt. It was a horrible throw. But again, he's just grimacing. It looks like he's uncomfortable. It looks like he's in pain. And again, Sark's shook it off. Arch shook it off. So maybe this is just his weird quirk of being a Manning, because we know those fools, especially Eli, they make some weird faces. And I've said it before, like he has a lot of Eli in him. You know what I'm saying? You can just see that. Doesn't mean that it's bad. I feel like Eli gets a bad rep. Y'all have heard me talk about this before, but still, it's different. But yeah, Sark, man, that was spicy. That was spicy. And kudos to the reporter asking that. Like, that has been a topic. It's weird. Like, I've never seen anything like this before. I feel like I've watched a lot of quarterbacks throw in my 34 years of living. So to see that when the camera's in your face and it does look like he's uncomfortable, so much so you assume, is there something else going on? I get why that question is being asked and talked about right now.
Yeah. Yeah. And Hank South, who joins us every Tuesday, did a good story on the fact that, he showed photos from Arch's high school career last year where Arch does make a face that looks like he's wincing when he's throwing the football at times. So, I mean, I think we'll just have to continue to see, how this plays out. But yeah, that answer I was not expecting, for sure. No doubt about it. What did you, great job, by the way, on the post-game show, as always. For our listeners, what would you say what did you like most about the win over San Jose State, and what didn't you like?
I love the defense aggression. Even though I thought there were some moments where, I'm still, I'm very high on Jalen Gilbo, but the ruling's still out on, can he be a really productive outside corner? And I thought he got beat 3 or 4 times against San Jose State. And obviously the Carnell Tate situation comes into play, even though he was in good position there. Carnell Tate's just a big time player, but the ruling's still out on with him. But just the point of emphasis of turning the ball over and getting your hands on balls. And again, I just threw Jalen Gilbo on the bus a little bit, so let me give him some love for his first interception ever, coming off the Jelani McDonald deflection. But yeah, man, they were just violent. Like Anthony Hill punched the hell out of homeboy for that, fumble. Like that was a ridiculous, just haymaking type of play, to where I'm sure Johnny Nansen and Pete Kwiatkowski and Sark are letting the guys know, like, yo, y'all weren't good enough. 14 points is cool and all, but our offense, they needed more from y'all. They needed y'all to get the ball back and put them in very good field position so those points could come easier. And we saw that Saturday, good complimentary football. But yeah, that's what I could appreciate from the defensive side. Offense still has some question marks. The discipline on offense is just not where it needs to be right now. What Ryan Wingo has going on, you don't like that. He's dropping passes. They're trying to get him engaged, but it seems like him and Arch don't have that, just that chemistry, especially with what we're seeing with Parker Livingston and Arch Manning. Like that chemistry is out of this world to this point. And shout out to Jack Endries for getting some love too with the 2 touchdowns he had. But too many penalties, 2 for 12 on third down. It's just, that's a struggle, man. And yeah, this Florida game, it might be a little easier. Who knows how good South Florida is? I know we're going to talk about that later, but Mississippi State beat Arizona State this weekend. So that game's a lot tougher than what I'm sure people thought it was going to be. You know what I'm saying? Like this schedule, Vanderbilt went to Virginia Tech and beat the brakes off them. Like just no mercy type of stuff. So they're a lot better than what people might have given them credit for.
Yes, Steve Sarkeesian asked, how many SEC teams are in this week's AP poll? 11.
Yeah.
There's 16 teams in the league.
Yeah. So I'm saying, man, like Ole Miss, that was a dogfight going into Lexington. So I don't like, there's just an undisciplined team. They got a lot of upside. Nick Townsend, he had a really good game. Neto was solid. Zena was solid. 2 brothers, both sides of the ball. They had really good games, but you just self-inflicting wounds. Way too much of that. I want to see that cleaned up the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, 8 offensive penalties. And it was interesting because that was my angle. I wrote a story from today out of the Sarkeesian press conference about Colin Simmons and Ryan Wingo, because through 2 games, it's not going the way they had planned. Colin Simmons has more penalties than plays made. Wingo has been targeted 15 times, more than any other receiver on the team. He only has 6 catches. And Parker Livingston, as you said, he has 6 catches, but it's for 175 yards and 3 touchdowns. And Steve Sarkeesian said that he thinks Colin Simmons and Ryan Wingo are both pressing. They're trying to make things happen instead of letting them happen. The Colin Simmons offside penalty, the roughing, that he's just, he's too amped up. That comes after the face mask last week that wiped, a third down stop off the board and continued a Buckeyes touchdown drive in a 14-7 game. But Sarkeesian, I'll start with Colin, because he said they didn't start him in the second half. And that was to send a message. Hey, 3 penalties in the first half, can't have it. And so in the second half, no penalties, and he picks up a half sack. And so Sarkeesian thinks that that's going to be, a lesson learned. And he said, Colin's like everyone. Everyone has to know there's consequences for play that hurts the team, and penalties hurt the team. And he feels like it was a lesson learned. Anthony Hill said, I'm not worried. Ethan Burke said, the guy balled out all of last year. He'll settle in. He just needs to keep playing fast and with confidence. And then on Wingo, because we all saw the first pass that Arch Manning hit a receiver in stride this, you could argue this season on a crossing route, was to Ryan Wingo midway through the first quarter on third down, and Wingo dropped it. And, there were snickers, I'm sure, all over social media. Well, Wingo's not used to a pass that hits him in the hands. So he was surprised that the ball was right there. Well, he's got 6 catches for 65 yards, and it's been a struggle, like you said. And Sarkeesian said, I think Ryan is pressing. He said no one practices harder. No one's a better teammate. He's got good rapport with Arch. And so he said sometimes not trying so hard can be the answer. Just relax, play, let it happen. And he said that Parker Livingstone having the start that he's had helps Wingo because now, at least defensively, they've got to pay some attention to Parker, which could create some one-on-one matchups for Wingo. I know that sounds crazy, but when a guy's putting up numbers like Livingston, you have to, as a defense, you got to pay attention to him because you know that connection is working. And the funny thing is, Jack Endries said after the game, this roommate thing is a big deal. And he said, I was roommates with my quarterback at Cal, and you end up, sitting around the house talking football. Sometimes you go outside, throw the football. When you're trying to air some things out, figure some things out, you're probably talking to your roommate, and it builds a bond. And he said, I think it's underrated, the whole quarterback being a roommate with a receiver. And then when I asked Arch today about it, Arch said, yeah, man, we're around each other all the time. We talk some football, we'll watch some film, we do stuff. So that's a connection. We know from Colt McCoy and Jordan Shipley being roommates that maybe we need to pay a little more attention to. And I know some people are still saying these receivers aren't explosive. I disagree.
Yeah.
When you catch a ball in stride, you're explosive. When you're having to stop and you're having to go high or low to make a catch, you're not going to be explosive. So I thought we saw DeAndre Moore look really good and explosive on that first play of the game for 23 yards, but Parker Livingston got flagged for holding. Think about the plays that came off the board. Zay, you had that 23-yard catch and run by DeAndre Moore. You had a 34-yard beautiful, the best catch of the day by Parker Livingston. That sideline pass where he had to, total hands catch, outstretched arms just to get just over the defensive back, down to the 2-yard line. That came off the board. And CJ Baxter's 1-yard touchdown run came off the board. Now, the very next play, that was a chop block call on Cole Hudson. 15-yard penalty. But on the very next play, Manning hits Endries for a 16-yard touchdown. So they didn't pay the ultimate price, but against better teams, that's going to be a difficult situation. You're probably not going to just line up and throw that touchdown pass on the next play. Hard to say. Those are penalties against better teams that are going to probably be much more costly than they were against San Jose State on Saturday.
For sure. And, I think it goes both ways when it comes to Ryan Wingo and his struggles. I think Arch is pressing it, trying to get him the ball, because there were times where Arch, he ain't even close to being open, and Arch completely overthrows him or just throws him in the territory where Ryan Wingo doesn't even have a chance. And then there were plays where Ryan Wingo was open in the end zone and Arch just sails it out of bounds. So it's both of those guys getting on the same page, and I think it'll come. It's just, Ryan Wingo, there's a lot of expectation with him, and I think he feels like he has to be the guy, and it might not even be that. It might be Parker Livingston.
What? Jose, come on now. I hope we're kidding, right? We're kidding.
Chip, what if we go all in on the Cal freshman quarterback? I'm throwing already, Jose.
Here's the thing.
Jose, already.
What people are not paying attention to,
I love it,
is the Texas offense had 14 explosive plays. They had 9 explosive pass plays, 15 yards or longer, including touchdown passes of 83, 36, and 16 yards. So it's baby steps. The first game, Ohio State, jitters, it was a mess. Second game, now granted, it seemed like everything happened in a 5-minute span. You had the 83-yard touchdown pass to Livingston. And then the defense forced 3 turnovers immediately, and Texas scored touchdowns on all 3 of those turnovers in that 5-minute span. So Texas goes to 28-0 in a 5-minute span. And then it seemed, I get it, like the rest of the game, they were trying to overcome their own mistakes. But you saw what this offense can do. And I think you got to have patience. What did we say all coming into the season, Zay? It's going to take time for this offense to find itself, to gel, find its rhythm because of so many new faces, so many new everything. Well, we knew that the San Jose State, UTEP, and Sam Houston games were going to be that time to figure it out. The offense was better in a lot of ways than it was against Ohio State. I get it. It's San Jose State. But still, you got to hit receivers. And he did. 83-yard touchdown, the 36-yarder to Endries, the 16-yarder to Endries. Like, it's coming. It's coming. I mean, it's not like Arch is completing 40% of his passes. He's completing 60% of his passes. That's not the stand. I mean, that's the bare minimum for a high-end quarterback in college. The high-end quarterbacks are at 70% completion. But no one's ever had this much pressure, attention, glare on them than Arch. I think he's settling in to what this is. He was much more comfortable today on Monday than he was a week ago. And he was way more comfortable than he was in the post game at Ohio State when he looked like he felt like he needed to pay all of his teammates back for the poor performance he had against the Buckeyes. This guy is growing into the position. So, Jose, I hope you're kidding. Zay, your thoughts?
I mean, you can't help Ryan Wingo drop that pass. There was a pass where he made a terrific play in the pocket, just making something happen when the defense was collapsing on him. And he threw the ball to Jordan Washington, and Jordan Washington just drops it, like going towards the sideline. And it's just like, okay, like, what more could this guy do? Then
and the 34-yarder to Parker Livingston was perfect, but DJ Campbell was holding.
Yeah.
Like that, so Arch had nothing to do with that.
Right. Like, what is he supposed to do when Jordan Washington completely smokes a block and he gets absolutely cold clocked and fumbles where he's expecting to have that protection there? Like, and which almost led to a safety. Like, there's just things to where the offensive line, I thought they took a step back this weekend. Even though, you got guys like Neto who did a solid job. Brandon Baker and DJ Campbell, they got to get on the same page. Cole Hudson was getting beat at times. Like, getting not just beat, but destroyed. And Arch making things happen in the pocket. Thank goodness he has some athleticism because we're talking about San Jose State here. Like, Ohio State, okay, I get them getting in the backfield every now and again because those guys, they got some dogs in Columbus. But San Jose State, that was just a little too much for my comfort. So they got to get that corrected. And if Arch is thinking about that, where he's like, every time I drop back, I might have somebody in my face where I have to do something extra, then that's not destined for success at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, there were a lot of plays where Arch looked comfortable, but then you go to the interception where you're like, why are you dancing with homeboy? Take the sack, fall down, throw it out of bounds. Like, you trying to dance with him and then him being in your face and you trying to get that ball off. For one, how can you even see where your target is? Like, those are the moments where you're like, okay, Arch, you're definitely better than that, bro. Like, that's a little bit too much. But again, he's trying to make something happen. You know what I'm saying? So you can't fault him for trying to make something happen, but you want him just to make the smart play at times, which it looked a lot better this week. Yes, it's San Jose State, but the offensive line, they got to be better. I mean, when you talk about running the football, 32 attempts, buck 55, decent, but should have been a lot better. No Q Wisner, I get that. CJ Baxter had some good runs. Christian Clark was all right. I don't know what to say about Jared Gibson. Like, I get why that dude's now towards the back of the running back room. Like, you can't be fumbling, bro. Still, like, that was an issue for you last year. Now you come in, the only minutes, the limited reps that you get, you fumble again. So just, they weren't buttoned up on Saturday. They should have rolled San Jose State way more than 38-7. Who knows what the game would have been if the defense didn't force all the turnovers that they did that gave the offense really good field position. So, yeah, I saw a lot of good things, but there's things that I am concerned about moving forward.
Yeah, and I think you look at, Sark addressed that today, that their intensity and focus has to be on point from the beginning, because you come home in front of your fans and you relax. And while relaxing is what he wants for Colin Simmons and Ryan Wingo, he doesn't want it for the whole team, because the first 8 minutes of the game was a continuation of Ohio State. The sloppy play, the disconnected. San Jose State had a 10-play drive. Fortunately, they missed the field goal. And look, San Jose State's quarterback, Walker Eget, is a guy who is getting some NFL attention. And that touchdown drive they had, where he completed passes of 10, 11, 14, 15, and 17 yards, just chop, chop, chop. Those were pro throws. They came out on time. Danny Scudero is a legit receiver. Michael Taft credited Grayson Littleton for limiting Scudero's damage, because that dude can play. Eric Henry, who has covered the group of six before he covered Texas, was like, Scudero can ball, and he did. So it's not like San Jose State. I know, I get it. Look, Florida lost to South Florida. South Florida in the group of six. So I'm sure we'll get to that, but it's not time to panic. It's not time to panic. Not yet. Let's see what happens. You don't want to be a polished, you got to get better every week. I thought Texas did that for the most part, but you're right, Zay. Offensive line had some struggles. Brandon Baker's still getting his feet under him. He's got to get better. And DJ Campbell can't be holding. He can't be obvious about it. He's the veteran. He's the 4-year guy. He's got all the reps. He's got all the snaps. That can't happen, because you take that 34-yard pass to the 2-yard line off the board. That stuff adds up, man. We saw that against Georgia. 63-yard kick return by Matt Golden to start the, early in the game, and wiped out by a holding penalty. Yeah. So, I think offensively, the Jarek Gibson fumble was so disappointing, because we know that was his issue last year. And I thought it was interesting after the game, CJ Baxter said, someone asked him, hey, what do you say to Jarek Gibson? You say, learn from this, figure out why it happened, and correct it. Turn this into a learning experience so that it's a positive, which is a great piece of advice from a veteran who's only playing in his whatever many games, because he didn't play at all last year. But, that's a guy who's he's probably their best downhill runner, which now makes me want to see James Simon, who I was told is Jarek Gibson with better hands down the field catching the ball. I know. I finally got to look at Christian Clark, who he's going to need he's going to need a little time. He's going to need a little time.
He was all right. Again, the offensive line weren't doing you no favors in the running back room. It wasn't like they were just mauling guys. Now the tight ends did a solid job blocking. Like Nick Townsend's solid, man.
He'll fight you.
He ain't afraid of contact whatsoever. Like, however I can get on the field, he's going to do that. And if Jordan Washington's going to keep missing assignments and dropping passes, then them minutes, them reps, they're going to start being cut down.
Jordan Washington almost was responsible for a safety.
You're going to kill your quarterback.
Yeah,
this is a multi-million-dollar guy that you're getting clobbered here by San Jose State guys.
Well, San Jose State had smaller, faster defensive linemen than Ohio State, and teams are going to look at that and say, okay, they were just trying to get into gaps. Yeah. They were like, we're not going to try and block you one-on-one. We're just going to try and penetrate, which is it's a gambling defense. But if it hits, it hits. And if I get in the right gap, I just canceled your running play. And so San Jose State was gambling. It worked to a degree. And we'll see. I always talk to a coach or two after games, just get their take on stuff. And I had one coach say, yeah, Georgia's going to just do exactly what San Jose State did. They're just gonna try and penetrate on every play and disrupt everything. And because if San Jose State can do that, then Georgia will absolutely think they can do that with bigger, stronger, faster athletes. So they're gonna see more of that. You can count on that. Yeah. And that's I thought that was a step back. It was a tough day for the offensive line. But I agree with you. I think Nick Townsend and Amari Winston got our first look at Amari Winston. He had a catch down the field and blocked well. We know he also likes that contact. So Jordan Washington, we know he can catch the football, but it wasn't a good day for Jordan Washington. And it was a good day for Nick Townsend and Amari Winston. We'll see what that means for those two tight end packages coming up, because Endries, that dude he's faster than Helm. He's not bigger. He's not longer. He's a good blocker. He may not be as good as Helm, but he's faster. So again, in the category of where's Texas's explosivity, Endries is explosive. And the fact that the guy's got catches now of 30, 36, and 16 among his, 5 catches, 6 catches. Yeah, he's got 6 catches for 102 yards and 2 touchdowns. Those are your, he and Livingstone are the receiving yards and touchdowns leaders right now in the receiving core.
Yeah.
Endries is a big old plus.
Yeah, can we have Ryan Wingo? Shout out to my man Chan for making this request. Can we let Ryan Wingo spend the night at Arch and Parker Livingston's house at least? Because since Parker Livingston and Arch got all this chemistry, we need something to happen. We need something to change. Let Ryan Wingo stay over for a couple of weeks. You know what I'm saying? Let him bring over everything he needs, his favorite stuffed animal, whatever the hell he's got.
Right.
Blow up, bed,
slumber party.
Yeah, slumber party for 2 weeks, so we could have whatever's rubbing off on Parker Livingston rubbed off on
Does
him.
Wingo need to be Arch's road roommate in the
something, man, because they press him. And Colin Simmons, man, that roughing the passer was one of the worst plays I saw all weekend. And I watched a lot of ball all weekend. Colin Simmons, come on, dude. You're better than that. You can't be frustrated out here because you're getting locked up. You go out before the season. You say you're going to break the sack record. You say you're talking all this mess. Julian saying, reposting the picture of him becoming the starter. You're doing a lot of talking and not enough walking, Colin Simmons. I know it's in there, but the roughing the passer stuff, that's when I lost it. When I see the offsides, false start stuff, okay, cool. Like, he's eager, he's young. The roughing the passer, there's really no excuse for that, especially how it was. Like, you know damn well you didn't have to hit him. You know damn. And then he tried to do the what? It's like, bro, Sark and them have every right to sit your ass down. You serious? Every right. I would have set you down for the whole game. But Sark, they nicer than I was. That's insane. Let these young bucks, Lance Jackson, Zena, let these young bucks get some bump. And Zena was all right. Yo, Zena was putting some pressure on him. You know what I'm saying? Like, Lance Jackson, he got hit on that, RPO that ended up in the touchdown on that good drive for San Jose State. But still, like, those are good reps for the young freshmen. But Colin Simmons, man, you're leading the nation in turnovers. Penalties. That's not a good look. You gotta be smarter than that. You gotta be able to just play under control, dog.
Here's okay. So you're looking for week to week progress. I always say the sign of a well-coached team is week to week improvement. Against Ohio State, Texas had only 6 quarterback pressures. Against San Jose State, they had 28. And Brad Spence had 4. He led the team with 4. Burke, Murad Watson, Lance Jackson, Anthony Hill, and Colin Simmons each had 3. Cole Brevard and Zena each had 2. So you only have 6 quarterback pressures against Ohio State. Against San Jose State, you have 28. Okay, that's a step in the right direction. That's improvement. Now, they get their first 2 sacks. Murad Watson got 1.5 sacks. Colin got a half a sack. And they can both thank Ethan Burke for it, because Burke got there first, forced the quarterback to step up right into Murad Watson's loving arms. So that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. You get pressure, you force the quarterback off his spot, a teammate cleans up. I saw a lot of that yesterday in the Packers game with the Lions. Micah Parsons looked like he was as inspired as I've ever seen.
Yo, Penei Sewell, that was a rough one.
Well, Penei Sewell, he won a bunch, but he lost.
There was some he lost,
a couple. And the Packers defense.
See, I was going to let you bring it up.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to bring it up. I was going to be the good co-host today because it was a rough weekend for you. Let's just be real.
It was rough.
It was rough. SMU's
kicker.
Smoked 2, not just one. He smoked 2 of them.
And he missed them
to win the game. We don't even got it. Go into OT. We win the game. We partying all night. Dallas, Texas. We partying all night.
That was so awful.
Smoked it.
He was up 14 with 7 minutes to play.
No.
Suddenly,
y'all Sawyer Robinson like Dan Marino. Y'all crazy for that one. I know he's all right, but damn, Sawyer Robinson all over the field, however you want it, Tupac style.
Yeah, can I get Bert Auburn at SMU quick?
I was thinking the same thing.
Let me see what Bert's got left.
Bert's sitting on his ass at Coral Gables.
SMU's kicker, SMU's kicker from the right hash, he can only kick it straight. Because he kicked it straight both times, and they were wide right. It was like, dude, you got to hook it back in there. But that's what they say is the hardest kicker for a right-footed kicker, from the right hash back. But anyway, it was a rough weekend. Packers defense looks like the Lions defense from 2 years ago.
Man, they were flying around.
Lions offense, I don't know what they were doing to Amon-Ra St. Brown, but he had 3 catches for 36 yards early in the game, and he finished with 3 catches for 36 yards. I felt like, and I know we're going to get back to Texas here in a second, but we'll just knock this out real quick because I felt like they were running Amon-Ra too deep. He's the king of just getting to the chains and getting the third down yardage. I didn't like it.
That's what John said that y'all
I know.
wanted. John came on this same airway, and John was like, we looking for him to do more this year. They don't think he can beat guys over the top. That's the next step. So Ben Johnson's gone. Y'all bring in new homie. Amon-Ra comes in, says, I want this now. You don't want to be labeled a possession receiver. You know what I'm saying? People
I
hate
need
it.
him as a possession receiver.
I like a possession receiver. Ain't nothing wrong
Yeah,
with
because then every once in a while he can slip that double move on him and be out the gate. But I don't need him running routes 15, 20 yards downfield. I need him to get to the sticks and wall off a defender, catch that, move the chains. Let's go. Lions offense needs a lot of work. All right, we'll get to the NFL because the Texans.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. Okay, if you're looking at the complimentary football, they did that. The offense hits the big 83-yarder, then the defense starts forcing turnovers, and the offense was just like, thank you, that'll be a touchdown. Thank you, that'll be a touchdown. That's what you want to see. That's what Texas needs to do, to be the team they want to be. That defense has got to force turnovers, and the offense has got to take advantage, because am I wrong? Did we not say coming into the season a lot that this offense was going to need some time?
Yeah.
No one on this show was anointing anybody on offense. We said it's gonna take some time, and this defense is gonna have to carry the load. And it's not over. It's 2 games. And all the players said that today. It's 2 games. Asking about Colin Simmons, asking about Ryan Wingo. It's like, look, Trey Moore didn't make a play until game 8 last year.
Yo, he's got to score that, by the way. Come on, dog. Come on, Trey Moore. Big Ocho. Coach 420.
Right. If Arch can fight his way down that sideline and stay inside the pylon, come on, Trey Moore.
I don't know what happened. Did he just because now Ant Hill, for one, you owed Ant Hill last year for taking away his pick six. So here it's Ant Hill. He gets you a forced fumble, and all you got to do is take it to the end zone. And somehow nobody pushed him in either. It was just bad.
He jumped.
Yeah, he jumped, or he why won't you dive? Guys usually have a good instinct to I gotta get across this pylon. I'm gonna dive. I'm gonna make sure this ball gets across. He didn't do that at all. He just went out of bounds. It was weird. It was do you not want to score?
Maybe Sark was like, hey, we need red zone work. So
yeah, that's a good point.
And then of course they score, but the chop block takes it backward and they have to score from the 16. But
Hudson, what are you doing?
Well, yeah,
they're just a dumb team right now. I feel like I could say that with confidence. They just do dumb things, like Colin Simmons hitting the dude roughing the pass. They're just dumb.
Yeah, undisciplined right now.
Very dumb. Why? Why in any right mind would do Cole Hudson? Why would you go low? You know damn well you can't do that no more. Why would you do that? Why would that even be going in through your mind? You know what I'm saying? They're just a dumb football team, and that could change. But yeah, Sark talked about today. He was asked, y'all run stairs? You know what I'm saying? You take anybody's meal? Privileges away. And Sark was like, well, when they announce you on the telecom or intercom, whatever the hell it's called, then you hear your name and you hear your number called. That's pretty embarrassing. And that usually does it. But sometimes guys got to get pulled. Sometimes them reps got to get cut a little bit. But even then, we need something like Jared Gibbs. You got to be on your Omar Epps program stuff today. We walking around campus holding that ball on tight, real tight. Now, Jared Gibson, I ain't gonna lie, bro. You're 4th string, maybe becoming 5th, because the way Chip talking, he trying to see old Christian Clark in there. or what's my man's name?
James Simon.
Trying to see James Simon up in there. So
Can you imagine what if James Simon turns out to be like something special? And I've heard good things, really good, obviously. But we'll see. I mean,
yeah, Ant Hill should have been called for trying to jump over somebody. Like Jesse Palmer called that out. They didn't call that. Like they're just doing weird.
what play was that?
Wow, God, what play was it?
Because sometimes I'm up there in the booth and I miss it.
Yeah, I don't remember what play it was. Again, it wasn't called, so it didn't mean anything. But yeah,
Was it
Grayson Littleton? They were touching up Grayson Littleton too.
a little bit?
Yeah, they were. If Walter Egan could put those things in the bread basket, Grayson Littleton was beat at least 3 times on Saturday. You know what I'm saying? I get it. He got a lot of hype, had a really good Ohio State game. When it came to Pro Football Focus, he had the highest grade for the defense in that Ohio State game. Very curious to see what Pro Football Focus says about San Jose State, but
He had the lowest grade. He had the
Man.
lowest grade.
God, you feel that? That Louisian
Hey,
lemon there.
young player, you're gonna have some ups and downs. He got targeted 15 times and gave up 9 receptions.
Yeah, they were going after him.
They were going after him,
the youngster. Yeah.
and it
He
wasn't.
was outside at times too. There were times where I saw him on the outside. I saw Jalen Gilbo playing that star inside position. I mean, this is the game to try stuff. Like, these are the weeks to start figuring stuff out. They might be a dumb, undisciplined team right now, but that could change early October. That could change really, really good week of practice and pressing the right buttons and getting the right guys in there. You know, I don't like Contravian Wisener not being available because that UTSD in me thinks that injury, whatever the hell it is, they said it's a leg injury. You're a freaking running back, dude. Like, leg injury, running back, not even the SEC yet. I ain't trying to have that linger.
Well, here's the thing. Derek Williams only played 6 snaps. They're resting him. They rested Quintravian. They rested Alex January. They're being overly cautious because they need everybody fresh for Florida. Emmett Mosley. You know, we may not see Emmett Mosley until Sam Houston or maybe Florida. So they're not taking any chances. They want guys to be healthy. Sarkeesian said after the game, I wanted to see more of Christian Clark anyway. So, you know, time will tell. They gotta manage this thing, long season. But yeah, you didn't see some dudes out there that you thought you'd see, but you got a lot of looks at. Let's look at like Xavier Filsami. He played. So Cade Phillips played. He only got 3 snaps, but Josiah Sharma got 7 snaps. Lance Jackson got 24 snaps. Zena Umozolo got 22 snaps. Kobe Black, 44 snaps. Filsami, 20 snaps. Warren Roberson got 11 snaps. So these are guys who barely played or didn't play against. Hell, they got Deuce Cunningham in there for 6 snaps.
Yeah, I saw him out there.
Jelani played 63 snaps. Littleton played 65 snaps. I mean, they trust Littleton, and they went after him.
Went after him, boy.
They went after him. I mean, he was the most targeted defensive back in the game with 15 targets. So that's a good lesson for him. That's a good learning experience. Because welcome. But you got Smith Arogbo in there. You got Justice Terry in there. Melvin Hills got in there. Myron Charles. I mean, they played 33 guys on defense. And then on offense, Nate Kibble got 10 snaps and played pretty well. I mean, he's a guy who might need more of a look. He was really, according to Pro Football Focus, he was fourth highest rated guy on offense. Connor Robertson was also highly rated in that game. Now, they were playing mostly late in the game. But Khalil Lockett got in there. Matthew Caldwell got in there. Jaden Chapman got in there. We mentioned Amari Winston. So you played 28 guys on offense, and that's what you want. You want that against UTEP and Sam Houston as well, Zay, because sometimes a guy emerges, like Nate Kibble. Maybe Nate Kibble and Connor Robertson. I don't know. Maybe they showed you something under the lights that you were like, okay, all right. We'll see. But, I wouldn't hit the panic button about anything after this game, because we know you can have sloppy, undisciplined. I'd rather have the sloppy, undisciplined penalty fest right now and be able to coach that right now, sit Colin Simmons to start the second half right now, than in the middle of the OU game.
Right.
Like this is look, this team has some growing up to do.
Yeah.
They had
Speaking
12
of
guys.
OU, all right.
Huh?
Speaking of OU, okay. All right, we gotta take them serious, Texas.
Okay, what do you think of John Mateer now?
He was doing some stuff. I can't even lie. Old Mateer, he was doing some stuff. Very impressed. Very impressed. Now,
That's going to be a fight.
Man, take the training wheels off Bryce Underwood. That was so weak. Come on, man. Like, he deserved better. They were very conservative. Sharon Moore, soft. I have Bryce Underwood. I could care less how old he is. I'm throwing him into the fire. I'm letting him let that arm rip. I'm letting him get out of the pocket and make some things. Like, you got to let him play free. They were throwing a lot of quick screen stuff, and Brent Venables, that defense, they ate that stuff up. But Mateer, real deal.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, they got some playmakers on the outside. They got some, they got some dudes. Deion Burks, that kid Satania. So OU, they got to play Auburn. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, OU, that's going to be a fight. They're pretty good on defense, and let's see if Texas can, figure out how they're going to, the different ways they can get pressure. And Colin Simmons, he'll probably, you hope, be in a groove by then. And this was a great point that is absolutely true. Patrick said, look, he's getting doubled. He is. They're keeping a tight end on his side. They're making sure the running back hits him. He's getting star treatment now. And so he's got to play with that much more violence. He's got to get off blocks now. He can't just beat his lineman inside or outside. He's got another guy that he's got to beat and still get there. And if you're watching the Packers yesterday, you're watching Micah Parsons, they hit him at the line. They hit him with a guy waiting for him, and he just keeps going. And he was getting there, and if he wasn't getting there, he was forcing Jared Goff right into the hands of 56, who, my God, that guy's the Lions made 56 for the Packers look like a Pro Bowler. He might be. But man, that team scares me. And I know it's week 1, and week 1 is a liar in the NFL. But their defense, and it was at home, They're going to have some clunkers, but the Packers are a problem.
Packers are a problem. Yo, you saw Jordan Love. Some of them throws.
Oh my God.
Some of them throws.
He looks so comfortable and so smooth. And he's hitting Matt Golden. And yeah.
Matt Golden looked cold in that number 0.
Yeah, Matt Golden's gonna love playing in Green Bay.
Yeah, now I could be a Packers fan because of Matt Golden's there. Now I can start getting Packers gear and stuff. Matt Golden, fits and stuff. Cool.
My picks were terrible, by the way. Terrible.
Mine were right.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I had South Florida. I had Packers. After that, I really don't know.
You had
Probably had Michigan. They didn't do good.
You had Illinois. That was a win.
Yeah.
You had South Florida. That was a win. You had Michigan. That was a loss. You went 2-1. I went 0-3 in the college picks.
Oh, wow.
I was right on the Chargers. I was wrong on the Lions and the Falcons. You were right on Green Bay. And you were wrong on Atlanta and Houston.
Bruh.
So
cool. Yo, way cool. Whatever the cool.
Oh my gosh.
Come on,
Kickers.
bruh.
Kickers were killing me this weekend.
Ho cool. Whatever the hell his name is. You gotta be better, dog.
The Texans kicker.
He's been too comfortable in Atlanta, too. I think, you know what I'm saying? You can't get too comfortable.
You can't.
You got to be on the edge at all times. When you make a couple of big-time kicks, you don't have to pay for nothing in the city. I'm sure Waku, Hoku, whatever the hell his name was, he was getting lemon pepper wings for the Lolo. He was getting VIP section at Magic City. They were probably rolling out the red carpet for my man Hoku. And now we can't make the easy kick. And my boy Baker, who's on my fantasy team, Baker. Hey, what I tell you about Emeka and Buka?
Oh, he's nasty.
I told you, man.
Yeah,
Emeka. Deal.
That dude was so smooth.
That dude, man. That's what's saying. Everybody's like Jeremiah Smith, incredible. I was like, yeah. Do you see what's around Jeremiah Smith too? Emeka and Buka. Once Mike Evans leaves, I ain't gonna see much of a drop off, and that's saying a lot because Mike Evans. His gold jacket, they already got it in his size waiting for him. They already got his carved out, statue plushed out, ready for Mike Evans. Canton, Hall of Fame, first ballot, easy. But when he's gone, he don't got many years left. Mecca and Buka, next up. I'm telling you, that dude, damn Falcons, man. Bijan was going crazy early, and then that was a good game, though. Michael Penix, he for real too. He made some big time throws.
Yeah, man. I mean, I knew I should have gone against your Falcons.
Yeah.
I was picking with emotion. Now I'm 3-6, just like you.
Hey.
I'm picking the Lions because you picked the Packers. I knew that game was trouble for the Lions.
That was trouble. Quinn might get that opportunity sooner than you think, because they were rocking Tua's world yesterday. Tua was just getting free hits on him. Tua's head can't handle all that, man. Y'all know that. Tua can't take that type.
I don't know that Quinn needs to get rushed into anything either.
I mean,
I think you want Tua to. This Dolphins team is not very good. Who's your candidate for worst team in the NFL right now?
I don't know, man. Even the bad teams showed promise yesterday. Like Cam Ward was doing some stuff yesterday. Like it didn't work out in Denver, but Cam Ward made some throws where you're like, okay, those are number one pick throws.
Hey, Gunnar Helm. Helm caught a pass.
Yeah, Gunnar Helm did his thing. The Browns yesterday, they gave Cincinnati everything they wanted. Like that was a battle. So
hey, the Cowboys
were
right there.
Yeah, man. CD Lamb. Oh, I'm on the drugs machine. Oh, I'm on the drugs machine like crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna do whatever it takes. All right, CD. All right, bro. You got to make them catches, dog. Tell you need to hear them that Mike Irvin talk. You know, Mike Irvin said, "I ain't going back to the ghetto. I'm catching these slants. Yeah, I might get knocked out. I ain't going back to the ghetto." CD Lamb, he ain't got to worry about all that. So, how much does it mean to you, CD? Because this next week, yep, Magic Man might be right. Giants, Russell Wilson, yikes.
Yeah. Yeah, they're already talking about is Jackson Dart going to start next week.
Damn, already?
I mean, week
Malik
one in the
Neighbors-
NFL is a liar, so be careful.
Malik Neighbors was crashing out. Him and Brian Daboll had to have a hard start because Malik Neighbors is disgruntled because he's getting open. And of course, Russell ain't seeing him. I've never seen a fall off like Russ before. That's for how good he was. Because again, Chip, I saw Aaron Rodgers doing some shit yesterday. Aaron Rodgers, he might have had the game of the day. 4 touchdowns. Aaron Rodgers on the move. He doing all that pump stuff. He be doing that quick release and he snap it back real quick. Aaron Rodgers was in that bag yesterday. So you would think Russell would still have some of that Hall of Fame.
He's 37.
Aaron Rodgers is 41. That's what I'm telling you.
Just because Tom Brady played till whatever, these are not the norms. Like, I expect a quarterback to start falling off at 37 years old.
Yo, man.
But, hey, how about Jahdae Barron with the fumble recovery to seal the deal in the Broncos win over the Titans? And Brandon Jones had a fumble recovery for the Broncos in that game. The Denver Longhorns, you got PJ Locke, Brandon Jones, Jahdae Barron in that secondary. They were going up against Tavondre Sweat and Gunnar Helm. That was the Longhorns on Longhorns game yesterday. It was a good game.
Tavondre Sweat's so good. They tried to go for like a quarterback sneak with Bo Nix, and Tavondre Sweat blew it up like not
just
many
ate him.
tackles could do. Yeah, like he just met Bo Nix before he ever really got into like reaching for those extra yards. There was Tavondre Sweat just eating that whole thing up. That dude's a monster. And going back to Colin Simmons a little bit, Chip, because you mentioned Micah Parsons, which I like the comparison there, especially with Micah Parsons being a mentor for Colin Simmons, with Colin Simmons growing up in the Dallas area. What's your stamina right now? Because you got to be able to, all the snaps that you're out there, they got to be full speed. And Micah Parsons, say what you want about him, about the holdout and how everything happened with the Cowboys and Jerry, but the dude stayed in shape. Like, that's another step for a lot of these guys, because Colin Simmons, you weren't getting those reps last year, brother. Like, so you had more energy to use when you got those opportunities because there weren't many opportunities. Now that there are a lot, if you're not in shape for all these reps that you're getting, then yeah, you will get frustrated, and these double teams will start eating you alive before you get a chance to. So again, I don't know. Now, this is just speculation, and I'm just trying to throw anything out there for reasons why Colin Simmons might not be producing like we thought. But I think about things.
Right. There's probably a frustration factor that he's having to go through 2 and 3 guys to get to the quarterback. And that could also mean that he's going to have to be in better shape. He's going to have to get stronger. But he's really going to have to rely on his hands and his footwork, which is what I'm sure Alan Clark is telling him. Look, dude, you may have great ball get off and you're going to beat the first guy, but there's another guy waiting for you. So you're going to have your next set of moves ready. and you're going to have to probably hit the squat rack a little harder because you're going to have to get low 2 and 3 times in a play to get where you want to go. And then once he locks into that and he doesn't see a second and third guy, then it's over. Because, Micah Parsons had to learn that. Now, Micah Parsons is a physical freak. And I'm worried about the Packers. Like I am. I did not like the Lions' defensive line. We're still waiting on Aleem McNeil to come back from injury, but the dudes they had in there, that guy Davenport plays way too high. The Georgia rookie offensive lineman was a rookie. The new center left a guy completely unguarded. And Goff got mauled. Like, yeah, there's my man Frank Ragnow, the all-pro center, retired at 29. Come on, man. Come back.
That back. You want to be able to play with your kids, man.
Yeah.
What you mean?
Yeah.
You telling them to come back already?
Hey, Frank, whatever you need, baby. I mean, the Ford family will give you some stock in the company, that way, even if you're not around, your kids will at least have some extra dough. No, I mean, I'm worried. I'm worried the Lions window is now the Packers window.
Oh man.
Well, Jordan Love looks so good.
Yeah, that's the thing. He just
Oh my God.
acting.
That looked like the Packers team that beat the snot bubbles out of the Cowboys in the playoffs 2 years ago.
Yeah.
So,
got Xavier McKinney, might be one of the best safeties in the league.
oh my God, all their defensive backs were like plastering the Lions.
Yeah.
And they're physical.
And they didn't give a damn about giving up Jair Alexander, and that was a good move because he was horrible yesterday in his debut for the Ravens. Josh Allen, Keon Coleman, they were killing Jair Alexander. Killing him. He had a rough day. That was a hell of a game, too, Sunday Night Football. My man, John Hardball, since 1991, has like 17 double-digit losses where teams come back on him.
Who?
John Hardball, where his teams are up by double digits. He's had the most comebacks against him, which is like 17, I want to say, since 1991. Most for any coach. Now, he's been coaching for a long time, so I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there, but that's a lot of comebacks.
That's a lot of comebacks.
Like, Derrick Henry was killing them all game long, and then fumble. It's weird when Derrick Henry fumbles, man. You don't think a guy that strong, that big, could have the ball poked out from you. Like, even the best. And we wanted to get after Jaden Blue last year. We want to get after Jared Gibson now, which, yeah, understandable. Hold on to that football, but even the best in the world fumble. Like Derek,
dude, and Zay Flowers, man. Zay Flowers is a problem. And how about when DeAndre Hopkins scored and they're going by the crowd, and then some fan slaps Lamar Jackson on the helmet and Lamar shoved that dude. I was like,
Lamar pushed the hell out of that kid.
Yeah. How old was that guy?
He didn't look more than like early college.
Yeah, he was pretty drunk.
He was pretty hammered, yeah.
You start slapping NFL players on their helmet when you're wearing the opposing team's jersey, you're going to get shoved.
Yeah. And Lamar Jackson, he from South Florida. He ain't playing with that.
Yeah.
he ain't playing, man. Like,
well, okay, so the Texans,
jeez.
I mean, what are they doing on offense?
It's bad.
Their offense was anemic. How many times did CJ Stroud got sacked 3 times? Stafford got sacked 3 times. But Nick Chubb, okay. But they couldn't protect CJ Stroud. He ends up 19 of 27, 188 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. Is the Rams defense that good?
No, just kind of
Or-
like Texas, man. Like when you have double-digit turnovers, it's hard to win games. You know, luckily Texas was playing a caliber team at San Jose State, but in the National Football League, you have 10 plus turnovers. You're going Plaxico Burress and just shooting yourself. And that's what happened. Like anytime the Texans had some type of momentum, holding call or just something stupid that would set them back. And I I like Nico Collins, but I think Nico Collins is a little overrated. Like, I think he has a lot of star power and explosive play potential, but I think he's a guy that you have to worry about his injuries. And sometimes he just, I don't know. It's like if it's not the big play, then he could be irrelevant to your offense, which that can never happen. Like, what were his stats yesterday?
Oh, not good.
355, like 3 catches, 25 yards, like 5 targets. This is supposed to be your multi-million-dollar guy. This is supposed to be your wide receiver one. Gotta do better than that. And shout out to the Rams and their defense for making things happen. But yeah, that was an ugly game overall.
Well, there they are driving. CJ Stroud, they're down 14-9. Stroud hits Dare Ombawale to the Rams 18. And then Landman punches that ball out. Like, you're not going to see a better punch out than that. And that was it.
Yeah.
That was it. Unbelievable. What a great punch out by Landman. How good was Landman? Because he doesn't look that big. He looks like a special teams guy, but I'm talking about the linebacker for the Rams. He finished with, 10 tackles. No, he's the man.
Lion
Yeah.
around that football.
Nate Landman. Colorado. Played at Colorado. That was a good pick. I don't even know if he was a draft pick. That was a good get.
See, Buffalo fans are weird people. Look at this guy.
My ideal weight is Josh Allen on top of me. That's a guy.
That is a guy, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You wonder why Lamar Jackson shoved the hell out of homeboy? Because these weird ass Bills fans that be jumping through tables. For the folks on the app listening, I am showing Chip a picture of a Bills fan rocking a shirt that says "My ideal weight is Josh Allen on top of me" with the Bills logo.
And it's a dude.
It's a dude that looks like Blue from Old School. Oh man,
It does look like Blue from Old School. You're my boy, Blue.
boy, Blue.
Get that t-shirt off. Oh my God. Okay, so the Friday night game, the Chiefs and the Chargers.
Yeah, man, Travis.
I don't have
Kelce.
YouTube TV, so I did not
It wasn't
see
on
this
YouTube.
game.
It wasn't on YouTube TV. It was on YouTube. You could have just watched it on YouTube.
Oh, hell.
Yeah, it was weird. They don't normally do that. But you
Huh.
didn't need YouTube TV. You could go on YouTube and just like stream it there. But
Well,
yeah, Xavier
So-
Woods dislocated shoulder because him and Travis Kelce are doing crossing routes, drag routes, opposite sides. And of course, Travis Kelce's fine because he probably outweighs Xavier Worthy by 50 pounds. But X-Man, who's supposed to play week 2, they say he's just supposed to get a brace or something for his dislocated shoulder. So if he plays, shout out to Xavier Worthy, because that takes some balls to go out and, again, the dude only weighs $165, $170, soaking wet on a good day.
Hey, played with a broken hand at Texas.
That's true. So he's tough. You can't say he ain't, but yeah, Justin Herbert, Lord, that if Justin Herbert can carry what we saw on Friday to the rest of the season, that's an MVP caliber type of game right there.
Well, the Chargers are my team to upset everything this year. Like, maybe go to the Super Bowl.
All right.
I know that's crazy talk, but that's why I picked the Chargers. Usually Harbaugh gets it really cooking, in year 2 or 3, wherever he's at. I know at Michigan it took longer than that. But Chargers, watch out.
Your boy Quentin Johnston looks good too.
Yeah, he caught a touchdown.
I think he caught a couple.
Yeah, you're right. He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's finally figuring it out.
Nah, Justin Herbert, he's also dating that influencer girl, Madison Beer, who she's a 25 and 10 type of girl. She's a first round pick.
What's her name?
Madison Beer. I don't know what she does or what she's done.
How do you spell her last name?
Beer, like liquor, beer.
Like beer?
Yeah. Yeah, she has a Megan Fox transformer aura.
Oh, yeah. 40.1 million followers.
Yeah.
Herbert's dating her?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not bad.
It's not bad, Justin. It's not bad.
It's
we
not
love
bad.
here on Chip and Zay. So if that's
We
making
love.
if he's playing better because of that, because he was tearing them boys up. Like, he was throwing things on the money. He was scrambling. Justin Herbert has always had good upside. He just can never win the big game. Always struggles in the playoffs and the limited times he's been in the playoffs. Can this be the year?
All right, what Iowa State? By the way, I called the Iowa State win, but it was -3.5, and they won by 3.
Yeah.
So I got no credit for that. And Oklahoma State sucks. Oklahoma State sucks.
Yo, damn, Lanning. I knew he was going to run up that score.
Oh.
I knew it.
He pistol whipped him.
Yeah, that was so disrespectful.
Oregon beat the brakes off of Oklahoma State.
That was so disrespectful.
That was rough. I mean, I don't know how many people even watched this game, but Oklahoma State has nothing in the tank. 69-3.
Yeah.
69-3.
Yep. Well, Boone Pickens,
Mike Gundy got beat 69-3.
Oh, Boone Pickens rolling over in this grave right now. Boone, I'm sorry, Boone. You should be able to rest easier than this, dog.
Zane Flores is the quarterback. 7 of 19 for 67 yards and 2 interceptions. Has anyone checked on Zane Flores? He got sacked 6 times. Oh my Lord. I mean,
I don't know why Gundy said anything. It could have been a 30-point victory. That's cool. That ain't too bad. It's ugly, but it ain't crazy ugly. Then Gundy went to run his mouth talking about the money and, they got all this money and we don't got all that and blah, blah, blah. Just shut up. Just shut up, man. You ain't got to poke the bear with a sharp-ass stick. There's no need for all that. Just go and play your game. I respect Dan Lanning. I respect Phil Knight. That's what I would have said if I'm Mike Gundy. I would respect those guys. They've done a good job building a really good program there. Our guys are excited for the opportunity. Bam! That's it. That's all you got to say.
Well, as soon as that game ended, all the stories about Gundy's contract buyout hit the airwaves.
How much is the
So
buyout?
if he's let go after this season, it's $15 million.
Oh, hey. We're talking about Oklahoma State.
Right, without Boone Pickens
Without
money.
Boone, yeah.
Because trust me, Boone would write that check today.
Does he have any in the coffin? Can
Right.
he take the coffin up
He
and
is
see if
kicking
he
and screaming to get out of that coffin. Oh my God. 69-3.
Yeah.
Oklahoma State. Where did you go? Yeah. Zane Flores. Is he going to be the starting quarterback next week? Oh boy. That was rough.
Who they got next
Hey man.
week?
I mean, who they got next week?
Yeah, probably like Eastern Oklahoma Tech or something like that. Somebody basic.
Tulsa.
FCS school. Ooh.
Oh, they have the week off actually. They play Tulsa on the 19th.
That might be a tough one.
So they got time to reboot.
Yeah.
Oh man.
The athletic director for Florida had to come out and say Billy Napier's job's still secure. That's never good after week 2. That is not good. Yeah.
That is not good.
Shout out to UCF though, man, or USF, excuse me. Those guys just hanging around. Their quarterback Brown, he's shifty. He's got some moxie to him, like his game. You know,
Yeah.
He's tough to bring down. Like he's one of those just annoying mother effers that you got to deal with. That a lot faster than he looks. Just solid arm. DJ Lagway. I don't know, DJ. You could tell he didn't practice much in the offseason or during training camp. There's just some timing issues with that offense and DJ Lagway. Again, even still with that, it's no excuse for them to lose to South Florida with the talent that they have on their roster. But when you're shooting yourself in the foot and having those mistakes where you're trying to punt the ball and that thing gets tossed out of bounds, or now you got a safety, that's what killed them. That was the point of the game where was the game decided? That safety. Because Florida goes on, it was 15-9 at that point. South Florida, the Bulls. Florida goes on to score. And then old Dramatica, just like Pops back in the day, they drive the ball up the field, get a penalty, pass interference call. That's all she wrote. Dramatica, easiest kick of his life.
How about Mississippi State? So Arizona State, last year's Big 12 champion, goes to Mississippi State, and they dominate everywhere but on the scoreboard. Arizona State ran for 251 yards. They, Sam Levitt couldn't connect in the passing game, and he throws 2 interceptions. They have 8 penalties. They possessed the ball for almost 40 minutes of this game, 38 minutes. Mississippi State only had the ball for 22 minutes, but by God, Blake Shapen to Brennan Thompson, the former Longhorn and former Sooner. Brennan Thompson, 6 catches, 133 yards, 2 touchdowns. And Mississippi State wins over Arizona State. Talk about if you take your foot off the gas, Zay, you can get it. You can be, Florida Gators, Texas in the first quarter against San Jose State. You got to bring it, man, because these teams have good players. I mean, UTSA has a former SEC linebacker. You know, that was amazing. Scored with 30 seconds left to win the game.
Yeah, that was a big time play. Like
Jeff Lebby,
he's
going to get that offense going. He's got it going. Now he's just got to get his defense going. But hey, you hold Arizona State to 20 points. That's a good day at the office, and that's a night game for Texas in Starkville. Well, we don't know yet, actually, if it's a night game. It's a flex game. Yeah, Illinois beat the crap out of Duke, so my Big Ten champions looking pretty good.
Big Ten champions.
I told you Illinois is going to win the Big Ten.
All right.
They get Ohio State in Champaign-Urbana.
Yeah, that's going to be a game right there.
I'm just saying.
Old Julian saying
Mm-hmm.
he was throwing it around Grambling this weekend. That was brutal. He did whatever the hell he wanted. But, yeah, Blake Shapen, not bad. Some of these quarterbacks, Clemson was in a dogfight with Troy for the longest time. They were down where you thought it was going to be an upset. Who knows?
Clemson plays Georgia Tech this week, and
scary
I'm
game.
putting that's a scary game. Clemson's a 9.5-point favorite. I would take Georgia Tech to cover that. Although, do we know what's going on with Haynes King?
Oh, yeah, something happened with him.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Okay, no, it says, oh, shoot, I just clicked off of it. Haynes King will not start. Okay, he didn't play. Okay. So Georgia Tech beat Gardner-Webb without Haynes King. So now we wait.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, that guy will play. He's such a warrior.
He's always hurt, man.
Yeah, he is always hurt.
Putting his life on the line. His body on
Remember
the
the
line.
dude played an 8 overtime game against Georgia last year. All right, so the marquee games coming up this Saturday. Wisconsin at Alabama. Clemson at Georgia Tech. Georgia, Tennessee at 2:30 at Tennessee.
That's a good one.
Let's see. Oh, South Florida against Miami on the CW network at 3:30. Oh yeah. Arkansas, Ole Miss. Florida, LSU. Come on, man. Texas A&M, Notre Dame. Vanderbilt, South Carolina. We got some games. We got some games. And, of course, Texas and UTEP, 3:15.
I'll watch UTEP. Who they play this past weekend? I'll go watch their game today or tonight, tomorrow morning sometime.
They played. UTEP played UT Martin. They won. Malachi Nelson threw for 4 touchdowns, and UTEP beat UT Martin 42-17.
Okay, Malachi.
Week 1, they lost to Utah State. So,
same Utah State that just lost to A&M.
Yeah.
Utah. What Utah team is that?
Utah State. Let's see. Utah State. Did they just play A&M? Yeah, they lost 44-22.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here and we'll get going towards the chip shot and the right call commentary. Hey, all night happy hour tonight at Cover 3. covered 3. You got Monday Night Football. I mean, what better place to hang with your homies and enjoy great food, great service, and great drinks than at Cover 3? I mean, you got the $7 social hour menu. Go get a Chop House burger. Texas Monthly says it's one of the best one of the best burgers in the state of Texas. You know what to do. Monday Night Football at Cover 3, right there on Anderson Lane, up north in Round Rock off of Old Settlers. And guys, if you're snoring, really, I know some of you have listened and you haven't acted, but it's time to act because of this great partnership that we have. I think we're going to be talking to Dr. Chad Denman on the show. He's a big sports guy, and he's saving lives. He's got the Sleep Cycle Center in Austin. He's dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. And if you snore, it's more than just annoying to the person sleeping next to you. It's a sign of a potentially fatal health issue. If you're snoring, it means you're not getting enough oxygen while you're sleeping. So you go to sleepcyclecenters.com, tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you, $100 off your sleep study. Practically, Dr. Chad's practically giving it away because he wants to make sure that you're getting checked and getting the best treatment options. I have sleep apnea. I have an oral appliance. I call it my mouth guard, holds my lower jaw open, and I wake up fresh and rested every day. Take advantage. SleepCycleCenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And of course, our man Tom McKay. When you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, there's only one call to make in Austin, Texas, and that is to audiovisual consultations. Our man Tom McKay, who's been doing it for 30 years in Austin, putting big screens, full-blown media rooms in people's homes. He's been putting big screens and surround sound in all your favorite restaurants in Austin. And he's ready for you at 255-8678. You don't need to be lugging 80-inch TVs around town. He's going to bring you the best price on big screens and surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting, you name it. He's got you covered. All you got to do is call 255-8678, area code 512, or go to avconsultations.com. Zay, who you giving an OLIPOP to from the Texas San Jose State game?
Parker,
Maybe one on offense, one on defense.
Parker Livingston and Ty Anthony Smith. I know Ant Hill's getting credit for that fumble, that big hit on the fumble. But I feel like Ty Anthony Smith had a big part of that before Ant Hill came with the knockout punch. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that ball was loosening up before Ant Hill really got it out of there. So I gave Ty Anthony Smith 2.
Yeah, well, how about his where he just rips the ball out of the running back's hands and has it already tucked?
Oh, that's incredible.
In his arm by the time they both, land on the ground. Yeah, Ty Anthony Smith we've been talking about him. He's just a ball player. I mean,
he's not that big at all. He looks like a safety or secondary player out there, but the way that he puts his body on the line and how violent he is, you could tell why this coaching staff's so high of him. And you saw the plays that he made against San Jose State. He deserves more opportunities.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I will give my OLIPOP on offense to Jack Endries, who just keeps making plays, and to Brad Spence. 4 quarterback pressures. I know, he didn't get home. I should probably give it to Murad Watson because he had a little bit of a coming out party, but Brad Spence moved from linebacker to edge, and he's starting to get home, get close. put it that way. And then I think if you look at, if you're looking at the guys on the line, I mean, I like what I saw from Murad Watson. I like what I saw from Cole Brevard. Cole Brevard you can't move him. He's becoming one of those guys that, how many snaps did I say he had in the game? Let's see here. How about, I need to keep track of what the defensive tackle snaps are looking like. Here we go.
I'll get that tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll bring that in tomorrow. All right. So, Jack Endries, Brad Spence. Let's give an OLIPOP on special teams to Mason Shipley for kicking a 47-yarder.
Yeah. How do you feel about the punt returns this week? I know you asked Sark about that.
I'm ready for Jonah. I'm ready for Jonah Williams.
What does that mean? To do what?
Return punts.
Return punts? Really?
Yeah, remember he said he wanted to do it.
I know he wants to. Can he, though?
Dude, I'm not going to doubt anything that guy does.
So you're already off on Ryan Niblett. You're
done. Okay, maybe one more game. I like Ryan Niblett on kick returns. I want all that speed on kick returns. I don't know why so many balls are hitting the ground on punt returns. Now, I know Sark said today that the punting from the opposing team has been erratic sometimes. It's been like flat line drive, and that's hard to field. That happened against Ohio State. He did catch a few this past game, but he also let a couple drop and bounce further into Texas territory. Like right now, I would say the punt return has been a negative. Really, outside of Jack Bomeister and Mason Shipley, the return game's been a negative. So they got to figure it out. That's still a work in progress. Show. You didn't think it was any good, did you? What do you mean?
I mean, it wasn't great, but I feel like I'm not getting much of a sample size. Sark's right. There has been weird punts, but Ryan Niblett, he don't be catching that ball. He gonna let that thing bounce. Also, like I told you before, Manny Muhammad's gonna get you a penalty a game. It don't matter if it's holding, pass interference. He didn't do that this weekend, so he was like, "Yo, Zay, I gotta get you one." All right. Roughing the passer or roughing the punter, because Mookie Taft, that wasn't on him.
No, that
was Manny Muhammad. Manny Muhammad just wiped out old punter. Keep the drive alive. Just like, damn, bro, you got to do something every week. I like Manny Muhammad, man, but he gonna get you a penalty or two, at least once a week. He got one in him. Texas fans, you just gotta eat it.
Okay, funniest moment from post game after the game was Jalen Gilbo still holding the football that he intercepted, and it's got the San Jose State logo on it with the blue laces. And so I'm like, "Hey, didn't they ask you for their football back?" And he's like, "No, they went to their sideline, and I went to mine." And he's like, "This ball has monetary value, The guy who makes the interceptions gets paid." I love Gilbo. He's so funny. And he's like, "I'm going to sign this and I'm going to keep it."
Good for him. Good for him. I'm
first career interception, 4 years.
Good for him. The ruling's still out on can he be an outside corner, because he did not look great this weekend. There were times where he just gets beat. And you're like, dang, bro. Like, what? Now, those wide receivers for San Jose State, those are P4 wide receivers. You know what I'm saying? Like, those guys, They got solid wide receivers, like you said about Walker Egan. That guy's getting some NFL looks right now. So they weren't playing scrubs, but still, like Jalen Gilbo, he got touched up a little bit.
Well, the guy I want to see more of is Cade Phillips. And I know I've been a big proponent of Kobe Black, Warren Roberson, but Cade Phillips, man, he plays with confidence out there. And I'm hoping, I'm only saying that because you got UTEP and Sam Houston coming up. But if he's Darryl Stingley Jr., we need to find out, because that dude plays with confidence, man. He was the third highest rated defensive player in the game.
I mean, you only got like 4 reps.
He got 3.
Oh man, come on.
Okay, here are your 5 highest rated defensive players from the San Jose State game, according to Pro Football Focus. Ty Anthony Smith, number 1. Brad Spence, number 2. Ethan Burke, number 3. Cade Phillips, number 4. And Trey Moore, number 5.
Big Ocho.
Big Ocho.
Flying around. You got to get in that end zone, Big Ocho.
Yeah.
I'm clowning you all week for that. If I'm Johnny Nansen and Alan Clark and all these guys, you got to get in the end zone, dog. That's a must. I still don't know how he didn't get in. Like, bro, nobody pushed you out. Did he slip?
Yeah, that we need a
Did he like? Did he
need an
do something?
explanation.
I need, yeah.
All right,
So-
let's get to the chip shot. I'm just gonna say it was a rough weekend. Rough. So SMU is playing Baylor at the same time the Texas is playing San Jose State. And the last time I checked the score, SMU was up by 14 with 7 minutes left, and I'm like, okay. So I'm finishing up my work, Texas, San Jose State, and then I hear, oh, your kicker sucks. So one of my boys is letting me hear about it, how SMU lost that game to Baylor, missing a field goal at the end of regulation, then missing a field goal in overtime, and Baylor wins the game after SMU is up by 14 with 7 minutes left.
Mm.
And then the Lions and the Packers. This game, like, I know don't overreact to week 1 in the NFL. I always say week 1 in the NFL is a liar. There are teams that won in a rout that are going to go 3-14. But the Packers, they looked really good. And they smothered the Lions. I don't know what's going on with the new offensive coordinator. I thought the Lions defense was pretty good, but I don't like the personnel. We need a Liam McNeil back in the middle of that defensive line, because they weren't even, like, I don't know. Lions lost some studs, and Terry Arnold's still out there
Running around.
getting beat every chance he gets. Brian Branch had a terrible play, but he also had a great play. Yeah, man, this was tough. The Lions defense played well enough to win. The Lions offense was not good at all. Not good at all. So as far as I'm concerned, the Packers are the team to beat in that division, especially now with Micah Parsons, and the Lions are playing catch up. Now, look, that was in Green Bay, and I get it. The Lions have won there the last couple times they were there, but yeah, Jordan Love looks great. Micah Parsons gives this Packers defense a bunch of swag, and the Packers secondary is like everywhere. So yeah, like I had the Packers in the playoffs. Now, instead of a wild card, it might be the Lions trying to get that wild card, because the Packers, Josh Jacobs looks good. Yeah, that Kraft, at tight end. He's crafty. Yeah, it was a rough weekend.
Rough weekend. Yeah.
Rough weekend. It's okay.
Back.
It's early.
Yeah.
Time to bounce back. Let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Appreciate the chip shot. I know that was difficult for you, but you powered through, man. I salute you for that. Before
Trying
the
to keep it real.
call, yeah, gotta keep it real with the folks. Before the right call, though, shout out to Covert Bee Cave. Some of y'all, you don't want to be that guy on the side of the road, I-35, causing traffic because you smoke and your car is going crazy. You don't want to be that guy. Check engine light, always on, something always wrong, the brakes. You just spent so much money on the car that's been done for years. Stop doing that. Go to Covert Bee Cave and get hooked up with a new or pre-owned vehicle from the best in the business. Guys that have been doing it for over 100 years. Again, new pre-owned, it doesn't matter. You're probably wondering, Zay, how do you know? Well, because I'm a Covert Bee Cave customer. Wifey and I, we love our Buick Encore GX that we got from Covert Bee Cave, and the process was absolutely amazing. They got other brands besides Buick too. They got GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, Jeep, and Cadillac. If you want to go to their website at covertbeecave.com, see all the latest specials and inventory before you touch down on their beautiful 42 acres, do that. But Covert Bee Cave, they're the best in the business. Zay Collier told you so. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. So just some funny things going on social media and around the sports world. First off, Kenny Dillingham after the game, this dude, he's just a quote every time he speaks. Listen to just how animated and amped up he is after his Sun Devils lose that heartbreaker and start in Vegas to Mississippi State.
Yeah, we got to be better. I mean, like I said, our offense in general, too many drops on offense as a group. It was a bad day. I mean, it was a really, really bad day on offense. And it all stems from passion we play with. Is it okay to not make a play? And if you accept it, then you accept it. And that's who you're going to be. Don't be mad going 5-7. It's okay. Don't be mad going 6-6. Don't be mad going 3-9 because somebody has to go those records. There's going to be tons of teams who do it. Why not us? We didn't practice bad. What I mean by that is, like, we didn't bust. We didn't MA. We threw one pick. Like, we didn't practice bad. We didn't practice with passion. We didn't care if we scored a touchdown. We didn't care if there was an interception, right? We didn't care if somebody made a great play for most of practice. We were just out here practicing. And to me, the best teams, it matters all the time. You want to win everything. And today we didn't have that mindset. We didn't want to win. We wanted to practice. And those are two different mindsets to me. Right? Good practice of complacency. It was a good practice for a bad team. It was an average practice for an average team. That's what today was.
That man, Kenny Dillingham, man, he's on something. That's not normal, just like double shot of espresso stuff. There's something that Kenny Dillingham's on. I appreciate it.
I mean, this is a guy I think is going to be, he's going to be one of them ones.
One of them ones, Jalen Gilbo said.
Everyone's like, fire Kalen DeBoer. Who are you going to go hire? Everyone's like, fire Billy Napier. Who are you going to go hire? Like, Kenny Dillingham is probably in that next wave, but is he ready for the big time? He might be soon.
Yeah. By the way, Fran Brown, Syracuse, he ran his guys after the game.
Yes, he did on the field while the fans were still leaving.
Yo, what, man? Come on, dog.
They were still in their uniforms.
Yo,
Fran Brown ran the Syracuse players on their field as fans were. I mean, most of them were gone, but some of them were still there.
Yo, that's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. I've always loved Fran Brown. We need more coaches like this. I don't give a damn how much y'all are making NIL. I don't give a damn if this embarrasses you or not. Yeah, there's a price to pay for mediocre football on the field. Like, These coaches are investing too much of their time to get what they got this past Saturday. So if you feel like you gotta discipline your guys and run the hell out of them, so be it. I'm with it. Fran Brown, you always got a fan of me, bro. That was incredible. That's the move right there. We need more of that, please, because things have gotten a little soft nowadays. That right there shows me that there's some parts of the world that are still all right.
I'm down.
Yeah, because I remember having coaches back in the day that would do that. So, CC never did that. He was never one of those guys. But I feel like during his college days, he probably did that when he was coaching D1 at then Southwest Texas, now Texas State. You can't really do that in high school. That's more of a college move. But again, Fran Brown, I respect it, man. All right. So you'll like this story. So one of our favorite collegiate athletes, Noah Kanega, the linebacker for Eastern Michigan, he is selling that NIL merch, and that comes with hats that you could buy at his website that say, "Nega, please."
Oh my God.
Hell yeah.
This may be the best right call you've ever done.
Yo, hell yeah. Shout out to my man, my nigga, Noah Kanega. That dude. This is what NIL is all about. This is why NIL is a beautiful thing. Whoever says NIL sucks, these kids are entitled, screw these kids, anything negative about NIL, just show them this.
But let me tell you something. If you're a white guy and you wear this hat in the wrong place, you're probably getting beat up.
What do you mean? There's a K in front of it. There's a K.
But no one knows that this is a guy.
People know.
You and I know that
People
Noah Kanega is a football player for Eastern Michigan.
If a normal white dude was in, let's say, Oak Cliff, Texas, and he was walking around
He's getting beat up.
I'm sure the brother that is questioning the attire will ask, "Hey, what's your hat mean, bruh?" And then you got to explain it. Oh, it's just one of my favorite football players' names is Noah Kanega. Nega. Not nay.
Nay.
Nay. Make sure you say nay. As long as you say it right, none should happen. Man. Shout out to my man Noah Kanega. I hope he's getting bumped this year because he deserves some reps, even though he's not good enough.
Colby is with me 100%.
Colby's hilarious.
A white guy wearing that hat is 100%.
Football player.
Yeah. Whose favorite football player plays for Eastern Michigan? Like, you say that in South Oak Cliff, you're definitely getting beat up just for having a favorite player who plays for Eastern Michigan.
Yo, I might have to get that for your birthday for real. I might have.
Oh my God.
That's a good one.
That is terrible.
My guy.
I mean, it's funny.
Oh, it's
because we know the story. He needs to send that to Phil Steele.
Yeah, Phil Steele. Phil Steele's the one that should be beaten up, not anybody else. Phil Steele just put in Nega. That's it. Yeah. Phil just said, screw the K.
If you're wondering why we're bringing up Phil Steele, if you go to the published edition of Eastern Michigan, there's no K.
There's no K
on Noah's name in the Phil Steele Eastern Michigan section.
Yeah, just Nega.
Just Nega. And we don't even know what the pronunciation is, but we have decided it is Nega. Nay.
Oh my God.
It's Niknigga, pronounced Nega.
Nega. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. God, that's
Real slow.
Say
Nega.
it fast, y'all. Say it fast if you need to. Be confident in it. Say it with your chest. Say it with your chest. Kanega.
Oh my.
Kanega. Yeah.
That
Just-
I'm impressed. That's some good TMZing by you.
Appreciate it, man.
Good.
Appreciate
You're on your game.
Appreciate
And
it.
you also knew about Josh Herbert's girlfriend,
Justin Herbert?
or Justin Herbert's girlfriend.
Yeah. Justin Herbert. Yeah, this is an MVP season for Justin Herbert.
Oh yeah, he's going to the Super Bowl.
Beer. Yeah, this is a Super Bowl season. How can you not?
We need more shots of Madison Beer in the press box.
I don't think she does anything. Like people, I think she has Kim Kardashian talent.
Oh, she's just an Instagram model.
She's just fine.
She's
Like
just
that's
fine.
all she has. Like, can she act? I don't know. Can she sing? I don't know. She just looks good, and other people think she looks good. Influencer. That's how easy it is. So, yeah, bless that woman. All right, this is hilarious, man. If you want to, like, Texas fans, you should feel great about yourselves when you hear this Florida fan talk about just what the season is now after losing to South Florida. Listen to this Florida fan basically just give up on all hope.
This is all I have. I have nothing else. Nothing. My hairline's receding. My stamina is terrible. I'm washed. I'm chopped. People calling me unk. I have nothing else. This is all I have to sit down and watch football on Saturday, and the college team that I love to death, like literally give me heart palpitations. This is all I got. I ain't got nothing else. Nothing. For USF to come to Gainesville, Ben Hill, they came there. They didn't fly. They took a bus there. I have no tears to cry. I can make a slow song. I can make a cut. I have no tears to cry. No more Billy Napier. I'm just a fan. You a family man. You seem like a great guy. You seem like a guy that you don't want to lose, but you're losing. You're not trying to lose, but you are not winning. You ain't winning. You lose. I have nothing. I have nothing. All my friends' teams are winning. I have nothing. Nothing. I can't go to God about this. The Lord gonna look at me and say, that ain't got nothing. I got it. I have nothing. I have nothing. I have nothing.
Oh my God. Do you remember the fan after Texas beat Georgia in the Sugar Bowl? The Georgia fan?
Nuh-uh.
Oh God. I'm gonna have to find that. Yeah, some of these rants are priceless.
He said my hairline's receding.
My hairline's receding, my stamina's bad. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's just University of Florida football. That's it. Like, that's why I love college football, man. Things like this.
Oh God.
My man he was expecting a lot of great this year. That still could happen. Florida hasn't started the SEC yet. They could roll through the SEC and make it to Atlanta. Like, it could happen. I feel like it's a lot more slim than it was before this past Saturday, but still, it can happen. But, man, Florida down bad. DJ Lagway, Billy Napier, what's up?
What is up? All right. It is time for us to hand the baton from Noah Kanega to Patrick and Matt and open up the gym. What's up, fellas? What's going on?
What's going on, man? It's good to get back in a win column. Feels good to be back there. Not our NFL teams, but it felt good to watch a win on Saturday at least.
Yeah. Signs of progress. All those folks ready to hit the panic button.
Yeah.
This is the part of the season. This is still training camp. So a lot can improve in 3 weeks.
Yeah, apparently Arch's faces are compared to how you look when you're on the toilet in the bathroom, according to Steve Sarkeesian. So
yeah, he needs there's a lot of comedians in Austin. He needs to hire one. He's tried. He's 2 weeks in a row. He's dropped not good. These drop lines that aren't funny enough for how they come off.
It was dad joke funny.
It wasn't even really dad joke funny because he's now saying that Arch is taking a shit on the field. That's what he's saying. So it doesn't work. The joke doesn't work because it's what he's kind of saying. You're like, oh, that's Sark. That's not what you meant. It's not what you meant.
The dad joke part is when he says, "Y'all like that one?" That's
y'all like that. Yes, that is the dad joke part. You're right, Zay. That is it.
Right. It is bad. He knows it's bad.
Let me tell you, as somebody who's done comedy a lot and been on stages and done sketches and everything else, if you ever have to follow up a joke with "get it," the joke wasn't that good.
Yeah.
Touche.
Yeah. That one.
Matt,
that one.
Are you muted, Matt? I don't know if I can't. We can't hear you, Matt.
Oh.
See if he's
Matt
figured
says,
out.
"Stand by." Yeah. All my friends started sending me texts saying,
Can you hear?
Oh, there he
you
is.
were cutting in. There you go.
I'm just glad that we can finally stop talking about this Arch shoulder being hurt thing.
Oh, if you think it's over because of that, Matt, it's not over. It's not over.
There's evidence everywhere. So it was a weird narrative to begin with, and now we can.
Chip, have you ever videotaped your face when you play tennis?
Yeah.
Have you ever made a face like that when you play tennis?
Yeah, there's some faces in there. Yeah,
it happens. I was like, y'all must not watch a lot of tennis because that is a pretty common face in tennis. Like every shot, and you're like, they're not hurt. It's just athletic activity. Some people do that.
Or you must not have watched Arch throw a football because he makes that face every time he throws a football for the last 4 years, dating back to Isidore Newman.
He's trying to reinvent Manning face.
Yeah.
New generation of Manning face.
Face ugly. I'll tell you that.
Hey, I'm going to get out of the LBJ library.
You guys.
See you tomorrow.
Later, guys.
Welcome into Open Gym here on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Monday afternoon, reacting to all of the weekend with you guys. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI, and of course you, the third member here on Open Gym. You're available in Facebook, Twitch, X, and on YouTube. Of course, in the chat there, make sure to give us a like and a subscribe. And over the text line, 512-222-9328 is where you can find us over on the text line. A lot to get into today. What up, CB? Always. Matt, you had a good weekend. You were in Austin. Did your girl have a good time at the game and everything goes off smoothly?
Yeah. The whole fam loves her. So it was a great weekend. She got to spend some one-on-one time with my dad at the game. And it was fun, man. I love going to games because I get to drive down to the stadium with my dad every weekend, and it's kind of like some father-son time. And then I get out of the press conference. He's sitting there in the garage drinking some wine, waiting for me to get out. We drive back home, talk about the game. So it's a good, fun time. And she got to experience that this weekend. So it was a lot of fun.
That is very good to hear. It's good to hear that she got a little enjoyment of the game. I know it was probably at least 5 minutes of it was really fun in that press box, I guess. A lot going on for at least 5 minutes of that run was pretty exciting. Overall, we'll get further into the game. Plenty of things to improve upon for the Longhorns, but there were some bright spots as well. But yes, the Arch Manning is injured narrative is going to continue because this just reminds you of politics now, where it's like I had a narrative, and so I'm just going to drive it into the ground that he is still the greatest quarterback who's ever existed, but he's injured. to me, like, if you want to give me the real shoulder thing, is he threw too much without shoulder pads on, and now he's trying to throw his shoulder pads on again, and it doesn't feel quite the same. And so there's something wrong with wearing shoulder pads, which that just means, all right, next offseason, don't throw so much without shoulder pads. But I couldn't even tell you if that's true. But that's, if you want to give me my wild out prediction and my wild out thing, I'd be like, well, then maybe he just doesn't like throwing with shoulder pads much, but kind of got to learn how to do that.
I mean, go back and find a picture of his face throwing a football from last year or from the year before. He's doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Either his shoulder's been hurt for the last 3 years in Austin, or he just makes a face when he throws the football.
Yeah.
It's much ado about nothing. I'm tired of people, trying to make a big deal out of it. It all started with one of the worst, football analyst streamer people on the planet. Kurt Benkert is the guy that I think got the rumor started during the Ohio State game. The fact of the matter is Arch was just rattled. His mechanics were not sound. He was throwing balls in bad places, and he was not on his game. He was much better this week. He was layering the football a lot better. He was doing everything you needed him to do, with the exception of a couple of different mistakes here and there. There were some drops that guys had, some penalties, took some more production off the board. I have never in my life, Patrick, in sports, seen a quarterback account for 5 touchdowns in a game, and people still claim that he's either hurt or that he still sucks. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, no, it is. But this is, again, we talked about this before the season, Matt, about expectations versus reality. And it was this whole concept of, if your expectations are too high, this is going to be a really long season. And I think a lot of people's expectations were just, he's going to be a really good quarterback. And when we saw him his mechanics just be so bad, something that we wouldn't have thought. We would have thought, maybe he makes a wrong read or something like that, that a defense confuses him, but not that his footwork was going to be so off. I think that's what really kind of threw everybody off. And the reality that the injury thing doesn't hold up is because pretty much every throw that he has been really missed somebody on, you can go back to his footwork and his shoulders and where he's positioned. And the mechanics are just off on those things. And here, the dog, you don't need to poke the bear on the dog.
I'm not taking the bait. Here's what I think the case actually is with his mechanics. I don't think that he forgets how to play football. I don't think that he doesn't remember how to use his feet correctly or the right arm angles or the right footwear, any of that stuff. I just think that he's a young quarterback, and sometimes he gets in his head a little bit. And when he gets in his head a little bit, it can throw his mechanics off. And that's it. There's nothing more to it.
I agree. And I'll throw this in there. This is kind of a theory for the whole team, especially the whole offense, but kind of the whole team at points, is that there was, over this offseason, you had a lot of young leaders taking over this team, and Arch Manning and Colin Simmons and CJ Baxter and Trey Wisner, and guys who were a little bit younger taking over the team, maybe guys who hadn't had the same impact with some other guys. And that maybe there's a point of this offseason where a lot of the workouts did devolve into a little bit more fun. So they were working out, they were working on routes and stuff, but they got a little loose. And so without a coach being there, they just kind of had fun. And they went and played the game and they worked on it, but now you're getting offsides on you're getting there. You may be blocking a wrong way, or maybe, if you're a defender, you're jumping a little bit more. All these little things that aren't really problems when you're just having fun. Or for Arch, he can still get the ball out and chunk it downfield, but there's no touch, they're not tackling while they're playing, so he's fine throwing off his back foot or whatever else, and they're just kind of going out there playing. And those negative things somewhat fluctuated into the real world when you didn't necessarily have the world to sit there and say, we're not as good as we think we are right now. Fundamentally, technically, we're still a very, very young team, and we need to focus a lot more than we're focusing, because we did just play a lot of football over the summer. And I think you're starting to see that little turn, but that needs to go a lot faster over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's gonna continue to evolve. I'm not concerned about it whatsoever. He's going to continue to get better. He's going to continue to hone in on his mechanics, and he's going to continue to get more accurate and do all the things that he needs to do. And by the time you get to Florida, in week 5 after 2 more games and a bye week, I think you're going to see something closer to the best version of Arch Manning. But I think as this season continues and he faces more tough competition, you go from Florida to Oklahoma to Kentucky to Mississippi State, who looks like a much better football team than we thought heading into the season. And then you get to the Georgia game. I think that really what you're going to see is by the time Arch gets to Athens, that's going to be that you're finally going to see the best version of Arch Manning there. I think it's still going to take him a little while to get there, but he's going to make, value improvements over the next few weeks leading up to that stretch, and he's going to continue to get better.
Yeah, and I mean, I think, in reality, this isn't just an Arch problem. This is a team-wide lack of focus, lack of mental toughness, just over the course of a game. And Sark talked a little bit. We have some Sark audio we'll play throughout from the post game and from the presser today. We'll play some of that during the show. But he talks about the offensive line, shifting some of the offensive linemen and talking about, platooning it and being like, well, some of these guys just really can't do an entire game mentally. They're just mentally not there to be able to give 50 plays. So if they're mentally there for 30, but if Arch is going to be the quarterback for 50 plays, he needs to be mentally tough. Brandon Baker, if he's doing 50 plays at the right tackle, he needs to be tougher. Colin Simmons is going to be playing. He needs to be mentally tougher. We've just seen too many things where these players are just making simple mistakes, and the penalties is astronaut. Like, that was mind-blowing of how many penalties they had in that game, which my buddy, who's not even a Texas fan, texted me during that game, and I agree, that was probably the worst ref to have a game that gives you 12 penalties, because he does have a very punchable face, is what my friend texted me. And it was like, he just has like a mean look on his face, and I'm like, you're just resting face really makes it seem like you have it out for us. But it really, at the end of the day, was just lots of lack of mental toughness to get through a game where, okay, you're playing really well. All right, everything's starting to click. Don't make a stupid mistake. And they just had too many of them. You hate to see Jarrett Gibson at the end fumble the ball again, because that just feels like, I mean, I don't know what you do with him at this point. I know it's one fumble late in the game, but everyone is going to, like, they were already coming after him, and now it's even worse. It is Michael Andrew, I get you can go through all the training in the world until you get out on the field and someone's trying to run into you, and it changes things pretty immeasurably. Like, I mean, I remember playing flag football, and you're like, you practice all, then you have the fun, and then the second someone's running at you, you're like, oh, and you immediately throw an interception. Or when you're playing basketball and you're playing against a bad defender, and I could put up 15, 20 points pretty easily, and you play against a better defender and you go to cross him over and the ball's going the other way. Like, it's just different sometimes when you play, and his mechanical issues are just mentally him flipping into I'm just going to play mode as opposed to now I need to fix into it. I know he goes to Manning QB Academy. He's got coaches with him too. It's a very hard thing to do. And a lot of quarterbacks have these mechanical problems. And he's not just Arch. He's not one out of – it's just that we were expecting Arch to be this great quarterback, and we're not saying this is Arch in his 5th start. We're saying this is Arch who's supposed to have 20 years experience.
Yeah, it's the expectation this year, which was continually growing out of control as the offseason went on, was that Arch was going to be the best quarterback in the history of college football. He was going to come into his first season as the starter and look like a number 1 NFL draft prospect, not make any mistakes, throw for 5,000 yards and 50 touchdowns and set the college football world on fire, and he was going to be absolutely perfect. When in reality, it was going to be more of the thing of he's a young quarterback. He's getting his first start, first real start against Ohio State. And it's going to take him a few games to kind of get into the flow and get his rhythm and become comfortable in his own skin as the starting quarterback, which is totally normal for any quarterback who has ever played the game. Nobody starts out as the best ever. It has never happened. Dave Portnoy made the claim that Bryce Underwood was the best freshman quarterback in the history of college football, and he played like dog water against Oklahoma. All the talent in the world is not enough to combat, in-game nerves, and you're still learning and all this stuff. It's just a process. It's a process with every quarterback. It's going to be a process with Arch. By the time he leaves Austin, I think you're going to see a pretty damn good quarterback. But I told you this was going to happen, Patrick, and you agreed with me. Before the season started, the second that Arch doesn't look perfect, people are already going to be calling for his head and saying to put somebody else in.
Yeah.
Our Texas Longhorns on SI X account got mentions of that all day long early in that game. And then they suddenly quieted and disappeared when he threw 4 touchdowns in 5 minutes. So it happens, man. It's just a process.
It is. And the reality is, too, is like when you watch these other no-name QBs, they're either veterans who've been doing it for a while, or a lot of times it's like Arch last year. When he came into games and there wasn't a game plan for him, he was much better. And when you fall into those situations, it's a little bit easier because there's not really a game plan for you yet. And so I think there's a lot of ways that they can go. And there's other quarterbacks who are just playing better than him. Like there just is right now. He's getting better. We saw the progress from week 1 to week 2. And you really hope by Florida, he's already starting to look like a different quarterback that we're like, okay, we're starting to get it. I think the big question is, are teams going to continue to really try and take away the deep ball? Or are teams going to start saying, we don't trust his arm that much, let's blitz him, let's let him try and throw those deep balls a little bit more? Because there's been points where they've been sitting back a little bit more, trying to pick him off, and he's not going to make that throw. So that kind of comes into it as well. Is he going to see a lot more man coverage because they don't think he's going to be able to put the ball into windows? And then he will have to then step up and show it, or are they going to continue to kind of put him in situations where he's just going to have to make the smart decision and then sometimes misses a few throws across the board?
Yeah, I think you'll probably see a mix of both, honestly, until you really get a handle on who Arch Manning is as a quarterback, which you're not really going to see until you get to October, November, I think, is when you're really going to start to see the complete picture of what Arch Manning is. So there'll be both. I think Oklahoma is going to probably try to do a lot of the same stuff that Ohio State did, for example, which could cause Arch some issues. Or did he learn from Ohio State, and is he going to be able to be better in that situation? I think that he will be. But he's going to face a lot of adversity this year. He's a first-year starting quarterback. And this is why I cautioned people last year when they were trashing Quinn Ewers and saying, put Arch in. We're going to win the national championship if we put Arch in. It's very clear that wouldn't have been the case, because it would have probably been a very similar situation to what you've seen these first couple weeks. There would have been spurts of absolute greatness like we saw against San Jose State, and some against Ohio State with some of those throws that were just absolutely insane NFL throws. And there's going to be some learning experiences, and those learning experiences cost you against Ohio State. They didn't cost you against San Jose State. He's just got to mesh it all together, continue to progress throughout the season, and then he's going to be fine. I have no concerns about anything that any defense could throw at him once we get to November and hopefully January in the college football playoff, all of that stuff. But for now, everybody just needs to be patient and let the kid develop. I get that his last name is Manning and you want him to throw for 6 billion yards every game, but just let the kid grow and be patient.
No, and I mean, like, when you talk about mechanics and some of these that are not, like, they're not wild things. They're a thing of his foot going back 1 foot too far and then trying to make up for that, rushes a throw. And that's all it was, is he took one step wrong and then saw the read and tried to get the ball out. And all it was one step that was wrong. So it's not something that's like crazy, unbelievably wrong. It was just a mental lapse of, I'm stepping back. Oh, crap, the throw's already there. Let's hit it. And and then you throw the ball, you rocket the ball into the dirt or something like that. And so those kinds of plays, those are really frustrating, but again, pretty fixable things, as opposed to, he's stepping the wrong way, or he's taking he just sometimes misplanting 1 foot or moving or taking one look the wrong direction. And then he sees it and it's too late. And he's trying to force that throw now that he saw it and his feet aren't there. So a lot of times it's not even his feet, his mechanics, so much as decision-making. Well, he's not quite in the right position. And the mechanics of that come into make sure you're always in the right position. So there's kind of those things in it where it is a mental thing, where if he did see the pass and he had time, he could line everything back up, make the right throw. You're just talking about timing wise, crap, it's there. And I got to get it out now or it's going to get intercepted or I'm going to miss the throw. So there's a lot of that's going on. And that will, as the game slows down for you, it becomes easier to be set in those right places as well. And that's just time. There's nothing other than time that's going to make the game slow down for you.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself, Patrick. I think you hit the nail absolutely on the head. And we saw in the San Jose State game examples of him being able to slow the game down, see the play as it was developing, and put the ball in the right spot when he needed to put it in the right spot. That first touchdown to Parker Livingstone was a great example of that. The tight end leak to Jack Endries for the touchdown was a great example of that. And I thought his best throw of the day got called back by a hold. That one to Parker Livingstone down the sideline that he got the ball down to like the 1 yard line or whatever. Got wiped out by the DJ Campbell. And that play was just kind of a bang, bang play. You know, he rolled out to his right, saw Parker Livingstone get the advantage and launch it down the field, put it in the breadbasket. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you're going to see from him more and more and more as the season goes on. But you're absolutely right. The big issue for him right now is the game is really fast, and he needs to be able to. And as he goes on, he's going to be able to slow it down a little bit more. You know, develop the timing with these receivers, specifically Ryan Wingo. I think is that's going to come along. Right now, it's a little bit rough, but it's going to come along. And he really wants to get the ball to Wingo. He's not avoiding Wingo in any way, shape, or form. Ryan Wingo's been targeted more than any other Texas receiver so far this season. It just hasn't worked out because the chemistry's not quite there yet. But that's going to iron itself out too.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, we talk about this. I think Ryan Wingo falls into this category a little bit as well, of a guy who is, the expectations are so high that he is rushing some things, you know, maybe taking the routes and cutting a step early or getting across to where Arch's timing isn't what it was all offseason. And so their timing just isn't quite right because he knows, like, this is the really hard part for super athletic wide receivers, is fighting the urge to use your strength and athleticism to get open versus running where you're supposed to be and on time. Where this guy can't guard me, but it doesn't matter if you get wide open and you're 5 yards deeper than you're supposed to be on a route where Arch is not. He's going to have to throw where you're supposed to be, and now it's going to be short. And I'm not saying that was the case for Ryan Wingo missing all of them, but there is some of that involved in between these two where they're just not quite on the right time. And the timing has just consistently been off between the two of them, and they need to start to fix that. Looking at some of the other players before we get to this Sark audio, too, we also saw some of the young players. Trey Wisner didn't play in this game, just trying to make sure he's healthy for when they get into longer into the season. But CJ Baxter has another decent game as he gets going. Jarrett Gibson looked okay until the fumble at the end, and now it's a little bit questionable. But then you get Christian Clark, and this was a huge learning experience for Christian Clark as well, where we saw him dance a little bit too much behind the line at times and get stuck with it and not put himself in a position where he still had an out of where he wanted to go. And it felt like as the game went on, he started to figure it out a little bit more. And I think over the next couple of weeks, you'll see them try and realize we need to just put him in some more games. Because I think he'll get it, but he's another one that just needs the game to slow down. Because right now, the San Jose State was rallying to him while he's standing still.
Yeah, I think that you're absolutely right about that as well. I mean, this guy had to be his mind had to be going a million miles an hour in this game because he missed all of last year with the Achilles deal. He was super excited to get a chance to get back out on the field, and then when he was out on the field, he was trying to do a little bit too much. And, one of the things we talked about last week was his ability to just cut and go is as good as any of these Texas running backs have. But you got to utilize that. You can't just sit there and kind of dance around and wait for your hole to open. You just got to go sometimes.
Yeah, it's cut and go, not cut and go. You got it.
Exactly. And I think that will come for him over the next couple of weeks as well. I feel like Jared Gibson is probably going to start to slide down the depth chart a little bit. which is unfortunate because that fumbleitis is just really in his head right now, it seems like. And then like back to Ryan Wingo for 1 second.
Yeah.
The thing that I think that Ryan Wingo is doing, and to your point of him wanting to use his athleticism and his strength to his advantage, he's it's specifically on that one that he dropped in the middle of the field. He's waiting for the ball to get there, and then right before it gets there, he's already making a move to try and get yardage, where he just needs to secure the football and then use his athletic ability after that. I think that's also something that's going to come for him. Some of these other young guys too, like Brandon Baker, I still think is a work in progress, but he's going to end up being okay. I thought he played much better this week than he did last week. Colin Simmons is another guy who is just pressing so hard right now to try and be the impact player that everybody expects him to be. And it's resulting in him jumping off sides and these bad roughing the passer penalties and all those kinds of things. It should, like once the things start to slow down for this team after these next couple games when they're able to kind of catch their breath, I think you're going to start to see more of the best version of them. But this is a very, very young football team, and they're still kind of adjusting to being in the limelight a little bit, So the only one that I think that hasn't really had that issue of the young guys is Parker Livingstone. I mean, he just looks like an absolute dude. He's always in the right place, always at the right time. He and Arch have this fantastic connection. And but he even had that holding penalty that wiped out that play at the very beginning. So even the guys that are performing at the highest level still have some things that they need to work out over the next couple of weeks.
Well, and Parker Livingstone gets to fall in that other category, which is he is fighting for a job every day, as opposed to Ryan Wingo, where the conversation was, is he a top 5 wide receiver? And is Colin Simmons, is he one of the best 3 players in college football? Like, that's what those guys are those expectations are trying to live up to, where Parker Livingstone is like, is he the 3rd wide receiver? And so it's a different level of expectations and what you have to do. And it's just a little bit easier for guys like that sometimes to step into those roles and just go, all I need to do is this. All I need to do is this. Whereas Colin Simmons, like, if I don't sack the quarterback, we lose. And for Ryan Wingo, if I don't catch his pass, we lose. For Arch Manning, if I don't find it, we lose. And for Parker Livingstone, it feels like it's a little bit more of just living in his world, which is what they all need to start to get back to. But you do. I mean, Texas is a big machine too. You're talking about doing all these interviews, getting the NIL and going and meeting all these people and the fans lined up for your autograph and all of these things that just elevate you to how much this matters before the season even starts and how important you are into it, and that you're going to save the season and you're the one to win a championship in the first time in 20 years. And you're the one, like, all of that can be a lot. And that's when you go back to the mental toughness of just getting back to, I need to do A, B, and C, and we will win. I don't need to do D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. I don't have to do all that. A, B, and C, and we will win. And then when I get to do the extra, I get to do the extra. When we see Arch grimacing and everything else, it's a lot of times him trying to be a hero, chunk the ball and make the big play, and he wants to be a big play guy. He needs to be a game manager first, then learn how to step out of that and be better. Learn how to be even more than that. But first, learn A, B, and C. And it just feels like this team is still so young, with expectations of number 1 team in the country, supposed to win a national championship, that there was a bit to start this season of belief in that, and then worry about living up to it. And you, over the next couple weeks, I think you get to come back to earth a little bit more, and it's going to ramp back up when you head to Florida. It's going to ramp right back up again. So you're going to have that mental toughness again, but at least you get 3 weeks to somewhat come back down to earth, start to try and get your legs back underneath you. I think we saw progress in that, at least in Arch Manning. Colin Simmons, this was probably a really good learning lesson for him, that he's not going to be able to make up for not getting the sacks against Ohio State with picking up 5 in all these non-conference games, which I think is what he thought maybe in his head. Well, I'll get 5 today. I'll get 5. Well, I'll be at 15 before we get to Florida. And that's not the way to be thinking about how you play football. And so it just feels like a lot of those guys are really pushing and trying to struggle a little bit more. And at the end of the day, they don't need to. The team is good enough to go. We saw that defensively. We saw that this is a team that figured out how to force more fumbles. Ty Anthony Smith was Johnny on the spot. He stepped in and started to play really well in this game. I felt bad for Floyd Chalk at a certain point when you saw him just walk over and he's like, I'm done. And I'm like, he didn't play again, I don't think. I think they went with Bates after that because he was just like, you could tell he was emotionally shattered because they were just bigger than him. And he was getting bullied and they were prying the ball away from him. And so you saw the fumbles. They get an interception as well. And that's when, of course, everything turns. Sark is notorious for having runs in these games now where they just get a lot of points on the board. But we saw the defense maybe a little bit after that run and after the turnovers let up a little bit. Let them kind of get back in the game. I told y'all before the game I wasn't too worried about field goals from them. You see why I was not too worried about field goals from them.
You feel for that guy, man.
Yeah,
0 for 4 on the year now.
I feel bad for the coaching staff because they're like, do we have a kicker anymore? Like, we can't use him anymore. He's clearly done.
Yeah, wasn't there this high school team in I think it was in Arkansas who never kicked a field goal, always did onside kicks and went for every 4th down, no matter the down and distance?
I remember, yeah, there was somebody who did that, yeah.
That I feel like that's what San Jose State needs to do.
But then you saw like Kyrie Scholes, the big guy, came out and started to get some catches, started to light up. Then they tightened that back down. They did a pretty good job on Danny Scudero, even though that guy's a hell of a player. Like watching him play, he was in the right place at a lot of times, making big plays. But they held him somewhat in check as well. If you're talking about a run and shoot offense, they only allow 188 yards through the air. They basically shut down everybody else. And the big guys are going to get some. But at the end of the day, the defense does their job, holds them to that 7 points. You probably think you could have not allowed that 7 points too. But that was when, you were starting to – you had that run, and maybe that was the drive where they score, where it was, all right, guys, stop patting yourselves on the back for a minute. Go play football again.
Yeah, they just absolutely – hey, stop. My dog is just going crazy over here. They absolutely marched down the field on that drive. And I think it was kind of a big learning lesson for the defense there. Is like, it doesn't matter how much we're up. These teams are still going to try and come after us very aggressively. So we need to get our feet back under us and plug back in and play some defense. I mean, Walker Egan's not a bad quarterback, man.
No, he played well.
I mean, if you give that guy time to throw, he can dice you up, and Danny Scudero can get open, and that guy can move, man. So, I think that it was a good test for the Texas defense because it was so incredibly different than what they had faced the week before. And UTEP is going to be a lot different from this, and Sam Houston State is going to be different from them too. So you're gonna face 4 pretty different offenses here through your first 4 weeks. And I think that that's going to be a great learning lesson for the defense and help them grow. I think by the time you get to Sam Houston State specifically, that is a game that I expect the Texas defense to really feast more than any other game this season because, Phil Longo is the guy that calls the plays over there for Sam Houston State. He used to be the offensive coordinator at Ole Miss. I watched him a lot. I don't know how much he's changed since then, but back then he had 16 plays that he ran. That was his entire playbook, was 16 plays. So I think that if that's the case again against Texas, you're going to see a very, very successful day from them there. But in terms of what you need to do defensively going into this UTEP game, I mean, you're facing arguably is in terms of talent, the best quarterback that you faced so far this season, one of the best quarterbacks in terms of talent that you're going to see all season with Malachi Nelson, former 5-star recruit. He was ranked higher than Arch coming out by ESPN. Kind of lost his way a little bit there with USC, went to Boise State. Now he's at UTEP, but he's super talented. So he's going to be able to put balls in a lot of different spots. And, it's just going to be another great learning lesson for this defense, I think.
Yeah. Sark spoke to the media today, and one of the pieces we'll talk about here in a second is the young standout players. Some of the guys he was happy to see get some playing time. Here's Sark, what he had to say about the young standout players.
I thought Zena and Lance Jackson both, I thought did some things. Again, I think I mentioned Murad Watson. I thought he got going once the game started moving. clearly Ty Anthony of what he's doing on the defensive side of the ball. I thought Xavier Filsamy, little smaller sample size, but I thought he played really well, and that was intentional to play him more to see what that would look like. Jumping around, I thought Khalil Lockett had a couple catches. It was great for him. I know it probably goes unnoticed to everybody else, but that fourth down was a big deal to me. How's this guy going to – how they play, with Matt Caldwell and Khalil on a fourth down and executing that play. Same play we threw with Ryan Wingo and Arch Manning, right? And so you kind of little different result. And so the act that he could go in there and do that, I think there was a lot of learning for Christian Clark, his first real carries, the idea of, the intent of runs and where they're supposed to hit. Not every run is meant to bounce and try to run around people. We got to hit runs a certain way. And so a lot of that type of stuff in game. Cade Phillips got in there, got his hands on a ball. I think next time he probably picks it. So a lot of guys got opportunities. Now we got to grow and learn from those opportunities.
So Sark speaking today about the opportunities for some of these young players. He named a lot of guys there that definitely fall into that category. We talked about Christian Clark a little bit. The Khalil Lockett one, you do want to see guys like that get that experience of, even though we're kind of watching the game going, it's over and it's just the end of the game. You do want to see the young guys get that little bit of confidence. Again, everything slows down the more you do it. So to see them pick up a fourth down, I know that for my betting friends, that Jared Gibson fumble was extra painful because if they would have scored on that drive, they would have covered for a lot of people. So there was some issues down the stretch, but you like to see some of ththese younger players get in. Jordan Washington getting in and then screwing up immeasurably a couple of times before getting his big catch. You like seeing those guys because you do realize that not even if they're not going to be a huge part of this season, that for next year, you want them to be a little bit ahead of the game.
Yeah, Khalil Lockett, I was particularly impressed with. That was a big time catch on fourth down. That's not an easy thing to do. Even though it's 38-7 and you're playing San Jose State, you can get in your head a little bit. It's your first time on the field. It's a big down. The ball comes right to him, hits him in the numbers, and he makes a good play there. There was a lot of guys like the other tight ends too. Amari Winston, I thought was really good. Nick Townsend was really good. Spencer Shannon, I thought did a great job blocking in this game. A lot of young players got some opportunities. There were some that I weren't as impressed with. I thought, the one guy that really stood out of the younger guys that really stood out to me that I think needs to hopefully we'll get a lot better over the next couple of weeks is Colton Vasek. He didn't really do a whole lot in this game. They ran to his side a lot, and it was kind of leaky over on his side. So he's a guy that I think needs to get some more work in there and kind of hone in on that kind of stuff. One thing that I thought was particularly interesting, and I don't know that if Sark talked about this today or not. I didn't get a chance to attend the press conference today, but the backup quarterback thing I think is very interesting because I didn't even see Trey Owens warming up on the sideline when I was at the game on Saturday. So it seems like Matthew Caldwell is your backup. I saw KJ Lacey warming up. I did not see Trey Owens. So I think that's something to monitor as well going forward.
Yeah, he did mention he was asked basically, when do you allow people off the bench? And when do you make that decision of we want to get Arch as many reps as possible. We just need I get the games in hand, but we need Arch to be better. So we need him to keep playing, and we need him to be able to play 50 plays, 40 plays, make 30 throws, whatever we need. We need him to be ready to do that. So we want to keep him in the game a little bit longer. But we also want to get some work for our backups too. Where's that line? Sark was asked about that. This is what he had to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you just make the call. You're having some discussions as you're going through it. You're kind of looking at the clock. Like I just got done telling the guys today, I know we have a lot of guys on our team that wish they played more Saturday. Well, and I know their buddies on their team wishes they played more Saturday. We'll play better earlier in the game, and then those guys can get in the game sooner. Okay, so everybody's got to do their part. Okay, if If we want guys to get more opportunities to play, well, the guys maybe in front of them need to play a little better earlier, and then that serves and gives opportunities for the other guys to get into the game, to have more opportunities to grow and get better. So we all got to help each other out.
So there was Sark giving a little bit of the notice to why he's saying more people did not play and the playing time wasn't as much for the backup quarterbacks, because I think a lot of people did want to see a little bit more out of the backup quarterbacks. And we see that of if Trey Owens is now number 4 on this depth chart, which again, we know Caldwell is a guy that he right now trusts the most as a backup quarterback. So Caldwell is going to be your backup quarterback, what it feels like going forward. And then we've talked about it. It feels like it's KJ Lacey, who is the guy that you're now looking at to be, okay, he's our backup next year. It may have already passed Trey Owens by. I hope that's not the case for Trey Owens' sake, but it does feel a little bit more like that when you see him not warming up, and that KJ Lacey is third. He's the third guy to come in. You're not getting in until if a fourth guy gets in. So you're going to have to rack up, you're going to have to be up 40 points at halftime against UTEP to feel like you're going to get to a Trey Owens, right? And I don't even know if you get into him there.
Yeah, and it may have just been a case of, if we get up by this certain amount, it's going to be KJ's turn this week, and if we do it next week, it's going to be your turn.
Good.
So that's just something we're going to have to monitor going forward. But I think it's pretty clear to me, at least, that Matthew Caldwell is the backup there at quarterback, which I think he probably should be. He's the most experienced, and he looked pretty good in the opportunities that he got yesterday too, or Saturday as well. So, I know it's just the backup quarterback, and it doesn't really seem like a huge deal, but historically, Texas football is going to need their backup quarterback at some point during the season, so it's worth monitoring at least.
Yeah, the moment didn't look too big for Matthew Caldwell. Like, you know what I mean? It didn't look like that he was thrown off by stepping out there in DKR, and he didn't go out there and then throw a ball 6 feet over somebody's head, or what kind of happens sometimes the younger quarterbacks when they get out there and then all of a sudden you're in the game and you're just get so pumped and excited. He seemed like a little bit more of a veteran that could walk in and just go, okay, let's operate. So he's probably not a guy that you walk to and say, this guy, if Arch is out 6 weeks, this is our guy. That may not be the case, but if Arch is out for 10 plays, it's definitely Caldwell. And if he's out for that the rest of the game, and then next week you might look back into it, but it definitely feels like he is the name to look out for now. A couple of clips here talking about Colin Simmons that we'll play for you. That he, of course, is a big emphasis. We talked about it before the season. They were like, well, if he continues to make progress over last year, then he'll be the guy. And now the penalties are mounting. He is, he got half a sack in this game, but the sack numbers, Murad Watson got 1.5 in this game. So he didn't even lead in sacks in the game. But Sark was asked kind of about Colin Simmons, the penalties, and where you put him.
I think he's leading the country in penalties right now with 5, as a matter of fact. I don't think he thought after 2 games that would be what he'd be leading the country in. So, again, another guy who I think's just trying a little too hard. He's trying to jump the snap count, and he's got to be more mindful. At the end of the day, you have to point him out. I think in game, what happens is when you get a penalty, there's a consequence. The team suffers, right? You go back 5 yards, you go back 15 yards. The opponent gets to continue to possess the ball because you rough a punter. There's consequences to penalties. Well, we need to have consequences in practice too.
And so there's a first clip of Sark speaking about Colin Simmons there, mentioning maybe some more punishments for his penalties. He was then asked a follow-up about his play and not, being in the right spot. And Sark also talked about how he missed some sacks.
No, there was tough love Saturday. We took him out. He didn't start the second half. And I think we got his attention. I think he had the 3 penalties were in the first half. He didn't have any in the second half, and he got half a sack. So I just think that settling down. You don't get 10 sacks in one play. And you play within the confines of the defense. You play within the confines of the other defensive linemen of, when your rush attempts are there and how to play, and you apply the game plan. Like for instance, in this game, I thought we missed 3 sacks, and he had one. I think Brad Spence had another one, and I can't recall the third. But our whole rush plan, if you're an edge rusher, was to rush to the upfield shoulder of the quarterback. His all over the tape, when he got pressure, he scrambled around. He never went up in the pocket. Well, we didn't do that, and we came flat, and he ran around us 3 times. And so we have to apply the things that we work on in practice. That's a snapshot of one thing in the game. But there was other things that I think we need to be better at as a team, of applying what we're teaching you to do throughout the week in game when the moment comes.
So there's Sark talking a little bit more about Colin Simmons, and the line in there that's the biggest line is, you can't get 10 sacks in one play. And that of just, again, Colin, you're so good, but just listen to what we're trying to do, work within the system of what we're trying to do. And I promise the results will be there, because they were there last year when you were doing what you were supposed to do. You don't need to be a freelancer trying to come around the edge and trying to get off there. And saying that he did bench him to start the second half, didn't let him come out and start the second half, to try and let him know, God, you have to play smarter. You have to be smarter about this, because you're costing us more than you're helping us right now. And that is an insane thing to say about a guy that we know can be one of the best defensive players in the country.
Yeah, I mean, he's just pressing too hard. He's trying to do too much at any given time, and it's resulted in penalties, and especially in some big moments against Ohio State. And you just can't have that stuff. And I don't blame Sark for trying to teach this kid a lesson on just playing within the confines of the game whatsoever. He's one of your most important pieces. He's one of your biggest impact playmakers, but he's only going to be that if he's doing the things that he's supposed to do correctly. So he needs to learn, just like Ryan Wingo needs to learn to catch the football and secure it before he gets upfield, or how Arch needs to make the right read at the right time. All those things that young players are learning how to do. And Colin Simmons has been probably the most. We talk about Arch and being frustrated with Arch and all the expectations about Arch. I mean, Colin Simmons has probably been the most disappointing player on this football team through the first 2 weeks. So, and that's got to change if you're going to compete in the SEC. And I think it will, because I think that wake-up call against San Jose State was something that he's really going to take to heart. He's a super competitive guy, and he wants to get a sack every time he's rushing the passer, which is just a thing that, he's going to have to battle in his head every time he's out there on the field. He just needs to do his job. You talked about it earlier in the show. You need to do A, B, and C, not D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. And you'll be fine, and you'll get your sacks, and your numbers will be there. But it's just a process for these young kids. I mean, he's only a true sophomore, which he's going to continue to get better as the season goes along, and I think everybody knows that.
Yeah, and I think that's the case, is trusting in it a little bit more. The dog say he's frustrated. If you're not frustrated at 12 penalties for 115 yards, you're not breathing. Like, that is an extremely frustrating thing, and especially when you know that the guy is good enough to do everything. It's frustrating. And I don't think you're angry. I don't think you're just like, I'm frustrated, because when this clicks in your head, everything's going to be fine. And it just needs to click in your head that all the hype and everything that's great and all that, and you being a leader on this defense and everything, that requires you to also play this certain way. And it does not require you to try and be a hero. And we just see too many people trying to be heroes right now and step back away from that. Sark talks about, I want to see the big play where we get stripped and get fumbles and get interception and get turnovers. We want to see explosive plays, but those will come within everything else. And some of the young guys right now are trying to make those happen. And, unless you're playing really not like really bad teams, that's really hard to just make happen. Yeah. Yes, Hair of the Dog. We did go to Sesame Street before the show. Yeah, we could do a segment on the counting how many penalties too, but it would take the rest of the show going through all those penalties. Sark spoke on the penalties, and he mentioned, all right, well, the penalty, us yelling at them and the embarrassment. Sometimes we have to punish them at practice too for these penalties because it's getting out of hand. So here's Sark kind of, when he was asked, what are the punishments? What do you do in practice to try and, teach these kids that, I get your name, your number was read out on national television and everybody knows you screwed up, but you really, really need to stop doing what you were doing.
Well, I might not give up all the things that we do, but yeah, there's consequence. To your point, and I think there's a variety of ways to enforce those things. I think one thing about penalties that's important: when you get a penalty in the game, you have the public humiliation of getting your number announced on national television and in front of 100,000 people. So you got to hear your number called out. But really, who suffers when you get a penalty? All of us. The team suffers. It's not the individual he got the penalty, but we all serve the consequences for that. So I think it's a little easier when a guy gets a penalty. It's not so much about the punishment of the one player. It's the punishment of the team, because we all feel the effects of those penalties when they occur.
So a little bit there, he was asked about the penalties, and he kind of throws it into, we let them know they're letting down the team. And, some of the things that Kirk Bowles threw out there was running the stadium steps and taking away certain privileges or whatever else. And so he wouldn't go into too much of what they do, but he does try to make the impact known that it's not so much that you're being humiliated, is that everybody else's hard work on everything else was thrown away because you screwed up. And some of those penalties are much worse. Penalties that keep drives alive and allow a team to score because of a dumb penalty. Those ones. The penalties of where you kill a drive with a hold. Okay, penalty, and sometimes there's holds that are more understandable because your quarterback was about to get annihilated and you thought, we'll take the 10 yards and not allow my quarterback to get hit. So there's some of those, but then there's others that destroy big plays and you didn't really need to have them. All those pieces. And then, the running into the roughing the kicker one, which again, that one Michael Taft got crap for, and he didn't do it. It was Manny Muhammad who went in and took the kicker's leg out. That was just, execution not being there. And everyone knew they were sending people. It was the most obvious all out go for it that I've seen. We were like, of course they're sending people. They're on such a run right now. It feels like they just want that stretch back now and to go get it. Probably should have tried to set up a return on that one, and it would have been more effective to get really great field position. But hindsight being 2020. But I don't know. You do have to try and find a way to coach these penalties out of these guys. And, they weren't as bad at Ohio State, which is crazy on the road. Now you come back, you get 12 penalties for 115 yards. I mean, like, what is even the expectation next week? What are we looking at that is a realistic expectation for penalties now?
I mean, I think that ideally, obviously you want to see 0 penalties, but I think you just, this is something that's going to have to be progressively better throughout the first few games of the season rather than just a complete turnaround from one week to another. So if you come out and you have like 6 penalties next week, I think that that's a stark improvement and you're happy with it. And then the next week you got 3 or 4, and then the next week you got 1 or 2, and then you kind of move from there. But I think that they're sending the right message. I don't know how they're doing it. I know how my high school used to do it, and I hope they're not doing it that way because that was brutal. But they have their own ways of dealing with this stuff, and it worked last year. It's going to work this year. It's just, it's a case of the same thing that we've kind of talked about throughout this show already is just players trying to do too much.
Yeah.
And they're going to get that out of them over the next couple of weeks. And I think things are going to kind of iron themselves out. The players that you wouldn't expect to get these kind of penalties are the ones that I'm concerned with. Like a DJ Campbell, you've been here for 5 years.
Yeah.
You need to stop with the false starts and the holds. I mean, I know they happen occasionally, but that was a hold in a pretty big spot on a big play. You can't do that. And those kinds of things I think will work themselves out as well. But, football is not a perfect game. Everybody gets penalties. I think that this week specifically was just kind of over the top, and it was extremely frustrating for that. But I think it'll continue to get better as we go along.
I'm hoping it does. Another person I expect to get better is Ryan Wingo. Sark was asked about Wingo and his early struggles and how they're trying to get him back on track.
Ryan, I just think he's pressing a little bit. Ryan is like one of the most conscientious kids on our roster. He works really hard. Like nobody practices harder than this guy. He wants to do right. He's in the right spots. He wants to make all his plays. Sometimes, not trying so hard is the best avenue, and just playing and relaxing and playing, and he'll get there. I think that we all want him to get there sooner rather than later, and I know he does too. But again, I think that taking a deep breath and letting the plays come to him, and not trying to go make it. I think on that glance throw the other day, I think he was already thinking he was making the safety miss, like in his mind, because he's practiced it so many times. And sometimes it's let's just catch the ball and go play. But again, he's a fantastic player. He's a great teammate, and we need him. And I think he understands that, and his rapport with Arch is really good. And so we'll find his niche. It's great for him right now that Parker's doing what he's doing, because that's getting a little bit of the attention off of him, and Parker's making his plays when they're coming to him. So that's a good thing.
So there's Sark talking a little bit about Ryan Wingo, and that he does work hard. He's doing everything right, but he just needs to let the play come to him.
Yeah, and I think that last part was the most, important part of what Sark had to say, was that, Parker Livingstone is now, or Livingstone, I'm going to have a hard time coming to grips with the fact that it's Livingstone and not Livingstone. It's difficult for my English brain. But Livingston being so explosive early on in the season, getting so many opportunities and getting open and scoring these touchdowns, he's going to start to become a little bit more of a focal point for, the defenses that you're facing in the future, because it's very obvious that Arch and him have a very good chemistry and a very good connection. So that's just going to make things easier for Ryan Wingo going forward in terms of, the way that he's covered and having more opportunities to get open. He's just really got to buckle down now and start taking advantage of those chances, which he had a couple of opportunities to do in this game. He just was pressing a little bit too hard, as Sark mentioned. So, again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I think Ryan Wingo is going to be fine. I think the game's going to slow down for him a little bit. I think he's going to start to get more consistent. The drops are going to go down. He's going to be a little bit more, deliberate about securing the football and then making his move rather than trying to make a move as he's catching the football, which is a lot more difficult of a thing to grasp than I think a lot of people give it credit for. Because when you're going through the speed of the game and you've got defenders flying at you and you've got a ball coming towards you, and you think either A, I'm about to score a touchdown if I secure this ball, I want to get moving, or B, I'm about to get hit if I don't secure this ball right now and I need to get down, or whatever the case may be. There's a lot of mental gymnastics going on in those situations. Yes. So it's a lot more difficult than people think it might be, but he'll figure it out. I'm confident about that.
Sark was also asked about something that Ryan Wingo is thinking about, a lot of explosive plays, about, how Texas has often been, and Sark has also been thought of as a explosive play guy. He wants to get those big plays. Those have not necessarily been coming as easy for Sark in the last few weeks. Now, Parker Livingstone had the explosive play, which was just set everything into motion, and then everybody loosened up and had a little bit better. But Sark spoke about, explosive plays and the reality of trying to get them.
I think there's definite balance. I just think the numbers bear out, it's really hard to score the more plays you run in a drive. It's just that's the analytics of our sport. There's a reason people don't bunt as much in baseball. You're trying to get extra base hits. You're trying to get people around the bases faster, and so football is not a lot different than that. Now, there's a time and a place when you're trying to ball control. There's a time and a place to be efficient, but the numbers just don't bear out the fact of, like, if you're going to go on 10 and 12, 14 play drives, over time, your success rate of scoring touchdowns dramatically goes down. And so you got to find a way to create explosive plays. And then you got to trust the decision making of your quarterback of when to take those shots and maybe when to check it down, because you don't have to throw the ball 30 yards downfield to get an explosive play. You can throw it to a running back in the flat. You can throw it to a tight end over the middle. They can break a tackle and create an explosive play. So you got to work within the confines of the offense, and then you got to be strategic of when there's a time and a place really to take those shots down the field.
There you go. Sark speaking about explosive plays. And I think that, it kind of nails it on the head of you don't have to do everything in an explosive play. There's multiple factors that make an explosive play. And so when it's Arch Manning trying to just chunk it downfield, you go, well, that's a great way to do it. But the Parker Livingstone one was that, that wasn't a deep throw, and he just broke it downfield for 75 yards. Or, and Ryan Wingo, when he's turning around and trying to make the big play, you're going to have to trust that your next wide receiver downfield is going to give you a block that you don't necessarily have to get super out of, and you just got to break one tackle and get going. That some of these are a little bit more about trusting yourself and trusting your team and following into the offense rather than just fully going out on going out and believing everyone has to be the guy to be the hero.
Yeah, I think the first Parker Livingstone touchdown was a fantastic example of that, because he really just got past the defender and tried to get to the right spot. And then once he was making his way to the right spot, Arch saw it. He put the ball exactly where he was supposed to put it. And then once he secured the ball and turned downfield, he just turned the jets on and it turned into an explosive play. I think that's how the vast majority of explosive plays are created. Is by being in the right place at the right time and trusting your teammates, and then using your abilities after the catch rather than just having to chunk the ball downfield, on a go route every single time. So the explosive plays in Sark's offense are always there. That first play of the game to DeAndre Moore was going to be an explosive play, and it was on a jet sweep.
Yeah.
And then there was just the unfortunate hold by Parker Livingstone, which I think was a little bit of a ticky-tack call because his jersey was getting pulled down too at the same time. So it was kind of a weird deal there. But I guess technically by the book it's a hold, but
it is. And Sark spoke about it too. Where that was one where he's like, it's a easy mistake to make that when the guy turns, you just have to let him go and you trust your other player. And that one he just didn't. There's you're going to get that call pretty much every time. If he turns and you don't let go immediately, they're going to call it. He just didn't let go. It's one of those ones that it didn't affect the play a ton and you could go either way, but in reality that it's just too out there. It's not in the offensive. It's not hidden within a big play. You're too far. You're too wide open on those.
Yeah, absolutely. So if they just do their jobs and trust their teammates, those explosive plays are going to come. I have no doubt about that. We're going to start to see more and more of them because this offense is great at creating them.
Sark was also asked about the offensive line, who was a little hit or miss over the day. They played some well, but then Brandon Baker, really started, for whatever reason, he just started to slip off a little bit, and they started to go at him. Some of the run plays, they really didn't fill where they needed to. Maybe the protections weren't right. It does feel a little bit like Sark is trying to make it a little bit easier for Arch right now. So you are maybe missing on some of those things that a quarterback, once Arch has some more time under his belt, will be able to start picking up some of these things a little bit more and more, knows when to make with the right audible. The perfect example of that we saw was the Arizona State game with Matthew Golden and Quinn Ewers, that he sees what it is, realizes that there's a play in there, and just makes the play, and they stay alive. That kind of thing, you just want to see Arch get there, but it's going to take a little bit more time. That's going to be, end of season at best, probably, for when Arch is really going to start to feel more comfortable in doing those things. But overall, the offensive line, some good plays, not so good plays. Here's what Sark had to say.
I thought in week one, we played pretty good against that group. Two very different style of defenses, where Ohio State was a big, physical, traditional, it's mano a mano, and you got to block really good people right in front of you. San Jose State was smaller. They were quicker. They were moving every snap. we totally lost our fundamentals. We got on our toes. We were falling over ourselves. We gave up way too much penetration. And that we have to know what we're playing against. And then you have to take it to practice. Every opponent's different. It's like you got to wipe the slate clean on a Monday morning. Here we go. Here's the scouting report. Here's what they're good at. Here's maybe what they're not so good at. Here's how we're going to try to exploit them. Here's the guy that I'm lining up across the majority of the game. Here's his strengths. Here's his weaknesses. How am I going to play him? I didn't think we carried enough information into the game and applied it up front. And so to me, I think that showed a little bit of our immaturity up front Saturday, that it wasn't the same game. It was a different game. You can't play it the same. And so, that's something where I think we need to grow this week and learn and understand of who's my opponent, what are they trying to do to me, how are they trying to beat me, and then how am I going to combat that within the ball game.
So once again, falling into that mental toughness, mental capabilities of understanding your scouting report, being able to sit and work and study your opponents, the film room, everything else that goes into being a great player. Maybe the offensive line didn't do enough of that this week. They were responding to Ohio State instead of preparing for San Jose State. And now you'll maybe get to see a little bit more of them understanding that step. And instead of reacting to San Jose State, playing against UTEP is what you want to see for the O-line this week.
Yeah, and I think that they're going to see different things every week leading into the Florida game, which will be good for this offensive line's development. It's a very, Sark talked about it. It's a very stark difference when you're going against a front like Ohio State versus a front where you're outweighing each guy on average across the defensive line by like an average of 30 pounds. Like they're smaller, they're quicker, they're going to try and do a lot more stunts.
Yeah.
And a lot more trickery to get past you. And it was good for the offensive line to have that learning lesson. It's a really young group, and they've got a little bit of experience up there, but even some of those experienced guys like DJ Campbell and Cole Hudson struggled a little bit. So it was a good learning lesson for them. I'm interested to see what they do against UTEP this week and how the offensive line holds up. I imagine it'll be a little bit more consistent after putting on the tape against San Jose State and learning from those mistakes. But you just got to kind of wipe the slate clean and hope you have a better outcome next week, which I think they will.
Finally, Sark was kind of asked what he wanted to see out of this team going forward in the next couple weeks, and just the improvements and the growths in this team.
Yeah, I think, like I said, I told the team this morning, my final comment to them was, our standard is the only scoreboard that matters. We got to play to our standard. The scoreboard up there will take care of itself. We got to play to our standard. And it doesn't matter if you're a 1, a 2, a 3 on the depth chart. When you get in the game, play to our standard. And so that's what we're striving for. Mondays, traditionally for us, are a big 2s and 3s rep day. They get a lot of work on Mondays because a lot of our 1s are still coming off of the game on Saturday. So that process started today. And then they earn playing time predicated on the trust that we get in them throughout the week and the way that they practice. And so a lot of those decisions don't get made until, kind of Friday, Saturday of who's playing when and how much, predicated on the way we practice.
So there's Sark with his kind of philosophical statement at the end. Guys, I don't care if it's 70-0 or if it's, we win by 3 scores. I mean, I don't think he wants to win by 1 or 2. But the reality is, how did we play? Did we play up to the standard? Did we do what we needed to do? And clearly in San Jose State, that wasn't the case. There was a lot of positives. But the 12 penalties for 115 yards is unacceptable. Having some of your star players still not be able to get involved in the way you wanted, and a Ryan Wingo and a Colin Simmons, them not being able to perform at the level you want them to be able to perform at. I think those are the start of, the offensive line not protecting on every play the way you want them to, the run game not being as dominant as you want it to be, and Trey Wisner not being there as part of that. But you still think we should be able to open up some holes and create things. And we just need to be able to figure those out. So there's definitely plenty of things that this team needs to work on and needs to grow on for the next, again, we say 2 weeks and then the bye week. But they This is your preseason. This is where you're working. You got a lot to grow on, because this is not a championship team right now. This is maybe a bottom end playoff team, but that's about all you're getting out of it. And that's with, assuming that some of these players are going to improve a little bit more. But now that being said, all these problems are pretty fixable. The talent is there to be a championship team, but they're not there yet. They need to continue to grow. They're a very young team. And I don't think you're going to see it by the time you get to Florida. By the time you get to Georgia, you want to see a championship team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what these weeks are for. I really wish that you could go back and redo the schedule and put Ohio State in week 4.
Yep.
And San Jose State in week 1. And move the schedule up a little bit that way. But, that's not how it worked out. I just, this team has a lot of things that they need to work on. And that's kind of the most difficult thing about college football, I think, is that you just have to go right into it.
Yeah.
You got training camp, then you got to go right into games. You don't have the preseason like you do in the NFL. So, these things will continue to get better. I think that you're absolutely right. I don't think you're going to see the full capabilities of this football team until you get to November, because it's such a young football team and they're still learning on the job. They just need to figure out a way to maneuver their way to that point and keep themselves in playoff contention while continuing to grow and get better, which is a very difficult thing to do. But I think that they're certainly capable of it. It'll start in my opinion, it kind of starts with the penalties. And stop putting yourself behind the chains and stop allowing drives to continue for the other team because you got a roughing the passer or a hands to the face or an offsides or whatever the case may be. And as those things start to improve, this team will start to improve. The more reps these young players get, like Arch and Colin Simmons, the more this team will improve. It's just going to be, kind of an I don't want to say frustrating, but it's going to be kind of a little bit of a grind over these next couple of weeks for fans when they, coming into the season, preseason number 1, all this kind of stuff. You wanted to see your team come out and win every game 70-0 in the first 4 games of the season. When in reality, it's a little bit more of a process for this team, and that's okay. They're not the only team who's going through growing pains right now. Clemson almost lost to Troy. Florida just got beat by USF. Arizona State loses to Mississippi State. So there's a lot of good teams that are still struggling too. Even LSU, who everybody thinks right now, except for Patrick, everybody thinks right now is a playoff team. They had struggles with Louisiana Tech, and Georgia only beat Austin Peay 28-7. So Texas isn't the only team who's still learning on the job right now. That's the most important thing to remember.
No, 100%. We'll get into some of those games. We'll recap the weekend that was in both college and the NFL when we come back on the other side. A lot more Texas talk as well as we roll through the week. But let's take our first break, come back, get into the weekend that was college and pro football here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 37 years both fun and fruitful. If you haven't yet, I'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We come to you. So just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We handle all the work. Just give us a call at 255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you got hip problems, if you got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and relax the back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, ready for hour 2 here on the show. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. And, of course, you, the third member of Open Gym. 512-222-9328 is the text line number. You can join us on the chat there on Facebook, Twitch, X, and, of course, on YouTube. Make sure to give us a like and a subscribe. You get your great pregame and postgame coverage right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered as well. And we're getting into hour 2 of the show. So it's time to get into some talk about the other games that were around on the weekend. Let's go around the world of college football to start here, Matt. And we can start off with that LSU football game. LSU is looking pretty good, but doesn't necessarily show up against Louisiana Tech the way we thought. And, I mean, we'll get to the Clemson game in a minute too, but maybe that LSU Clemson game wasn't what we thought it was. I don't know. But both teams not coming out of that looking great as LSU gets the win 23-7. But it was not necessarily the dominating performance that you would want out of an LSU team after their big win. They only averaged 3.8 yards per carry. That is somewhat misleading as, it's hard to tell the yards per carry. Some of their guys, Harlan Berry and Xavion Thomas, had some big 40-plus yard runs in there. Caden Durham, though, who had 13 carries, only 2.2 yards per carry, so doesn't really get it going big time there. Garrett Nussmeier, 26 for 41 for 237 and an interception and a touchdown in there. This was one of those games where it felt like a little bit of a letdown after a big win against Clemson, but also just a little bit of, kind of what I was thinking about this LSU team, which was not a team that's necessarily going to show up every week ready to dominate. Once you get in the SEC, it's a different world, and if you have one of these kind of lapses in the SEC, this is what we always talked about for Texas now, is if you have one of these lapses and you're mentally not there, it's not a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you take the Garrett Nussmeier sack numbers out of it, which is included in rushing totals in college football, they really average closer to like 5 yards a carry, I think. But still, 13 carries for 29 yards for Caden Durham is not what you want to see. He was your leading rusher in terms of carries on the night, so they need to clean that up. Garrett Nussmeier threw a pick. Like it seemed to me like LSU was a little bit hungover from the Clemson game, which, it's really hard to justify that in week 3 of the season.
Yeah.
And in your second game of the season. So I was pretty surprised. I still think LSU is going to be a good team. I still think that they're going to make a run at the college football playoff. But Garrett Nussmeier, 46, what was it? 26 of 41. That's got to be better. He only averaged 5.8 yards per completion. It kind of seemed like the classic Brian Kelly to me, where he just didn't get his team up for this game, which is something that you need to be concerned about for SEC play. But at the end of the day, they're 2-0. They were never really in danger in that game. I think they just played it too conservatively, and they were sloppy, and they should have played a lot better.
And the team they beat in week 1 had a lot of struggles early against Troy.
Man.
Clemson beats Troy 27-16, but they're down 16-3 at half. And that offense couldn't move the ball. Adam Randall got it going in the second half, but they couldn't control the line of scrimmage early in this game. Once again, that offensive line had some struggles. The defensive line didn't get the push. They eventually turned that around and, wake up in the second half, put up 17 points in the third quarter. But if you just look across the line, those first half lines really not good for Clemson. And you wonder, was this the wake-up call in the second half that finally wakes up this Clemson team, and Cade Klubnik is going to play better than Cade Klubnik is going to play close to what we thought he was going to be, because he just really hasn't been that guy yet to lead this team? Or is Clemson just going to have a long season?
This is a little bit different from LSU for me. I think that, there's obviously some hangover there from last week. I think they're hanging their heads a little bit heading into this game, and they didn't really get up for it. But I mean, man, losing 16-3 at halftime to Troy is I don't think this is a college football playoff team anymore. I think they have all the talent in the world. So to see what they do once they get to conference play. But I'm losing faith in this football team fast. I'm losing faith in Cade Klubnik pretty fast. I don't know, man. I don't even think they're going to win the ACC anymore, personally. But
they don't look like it.
They don't look like a conference title contender. They don't look like a college football playoff contender, and they really haven't since the first half of the LSU game. So they got a lot to clean up, and they got to do it quick because I know that they had Troy this week, but they got Georgia Tech on the road at Georgia Tech next week. That's going to be a tough game because Haynes King can really run the football with his legs, and Georgia Tech's no slouch.
Yeah, I mean, you still got that. Yeah, a big Bill Belichick matchup coming up too. Don't want to miss that. Syracuse looking to get in there as well. And while my picks may be garbage, my trap games were not garbage. Trap games we said were trap games turned out to be trap games for sure. We said one of them, Arizona State playing Mississippi State. And this one, I thought Mississippi State would make it difficult on Arizona State. They made it real difficult. They came back and won the game. It looked like Arizona State had turned it around in the second half. This, again, they were down 17-3 going into halftime. It looked like Dillingham had kind of righted the ship. They get right back into it. They retake the lead 20-17, but they allow them to come to Mississippi State to charge back. Just needs a field goal to tie the game late, and they hit a big play, and game over. Mississippi State takes the ball in for a touchdown, wins the game. This one was, I think we all looked at Arizona State and thought, this is not the same Arizona State as last year. There's going to be some struggles as they go through, but Sam Leavitt, again, thought of as, one of the top quarterbacks going into this season, 10 for 22 for 82 yards, a touchdown, and 2 interceptions. They ran the ball well, but Sam Leavitt, good Lord, he played a bad football game.
Yeah, I mean, this is an entirely different football team without Cam Skattebo, which I think that we both thought was going to be the case coming into this year, but I don't think that we thought it was going to be this bad. I mean, they can't throw the football right now. Sam Leavitt was god-awful, and he's got his top receiver back, Jordan Tyson, who had 6 catches for 68 yards and a score, but outside of that, he only hit 2 other receivers the entire night, and 3 of those, I believe, went to his running back, Rayleigh Brown. So he only hit 1 other pass catcher throughout the night. That's just not a recipe for success.
4 yards. He got a total of 14 yards off of somebody that wasn't Jordan Tyson.
Yeah, so I think this team's in a lot of trouble. Mississippi State looks a lot better than I thought they were going to look. I thought they were going to lose to Southern Miss, and here they are sitting at 2-0 after beating Southern Miss and the number 12 team in the country. And fun fact here, Brennan Thompson, who caught that pass to go ahead for Mississippi State, former Texas Longhorn there. So good for him. I'm glad he got a little shine there. He's an explosive player, and Blake Shapen, like I said on Friday, he's a pretty decent quarterback. So this is going to be a lot more difficult of a matchup than I think people realized before the season started when Texas heads to Starkville in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean they're looking to be 4-0, rocking into to SEC play, which I think we had a 2-2 walking into SEC play. So they're going to be coming in. They do have a tough road once they get into the SEC of Tennessee, A&M, Florida, then Texas. So it is not an easy welcoming party for Mississippi State when they get there, but a big game and a huge shot to the Big 12. Just another big shot to the Big 12, trying to compete, and you lose to one of the lower teams. Oh, man, that is not the less. I mean, you also notice that Kansas State takes an L over the weekend as well. Kansas State gets the loss to where we see it. Where's that game at in my schedule? To Army. Sorry, Kansas State lost to Army 24-21. So that is Kansas State is just having a horrific start to their season. I mean, from a muff punt to an injured player to that player then allegedly, I guess, quitting the team and walking away after that. And yeah, now we go in. Kansas also lost to Missouri over the weekend. So not exactly the week that you want. We did see Baylor get a win over SMU, though. Another ranked team gets knocked out. This one I was watching, turned it off because SMU had the lead and was watching another game, and all of a sudden it's overtime. Like, what happened? But Sawyer Robertson woke up and led the team to a comeback against SMU. They end up winning in overtime 48-45. But SMU looked like they had put this one away, and Baylor comes back, scores 14 points, ties the game before the end of regulation. And Dave Aranda doesn't get the disastrous start that he was trying to avoid. And SMU now, again, hurting the ACC on the other side, dropping one of their teams out of the rankings.
Yeah, big win for Baylor. Hell of a comeback. Kevin Jennings is a really good quarterback. I don't know what happened to that team down the stretch. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but that's just an absolutely brutal loss for SMU blowing that lead, especially at home. That would have been a big win for them over Baylor. But, you know, Baylor kind of keeps their season alive. That was a huge win for them coming off the Auburn game. So, you know, I hate to see it because I'm not a Baylor guy. I actually despise Baylor a lot more than a lot of these other teams in the Big 12. But, you know, I picked them 2 weeks in a row. Actually, did I pick them against SMU? No, I picked SMU, didn't I?
No, you picked Baylor.
Did I pick Baylor? Thank God. No. Okay. So we're good there. But, you know, the Big 12 is not looking good, man. Chris Kleiman, he might be on the hot seat, man.
Yeah.
Kansas State coach, man, that's a whew. You're like a play away from being 0-3 right now.
Oh yeah. I mean, he's on that. We'll maybe get into more hot seats tomorrow because there was a few. There might be one in Miami too, that Dolphins team. But we'll get to the NFL here in a second. Another team in Florida that has probably a guy on a hot seat now. Florida taking the loss to South Florida. As we see Byron Brown, we talked about him being the real deal. He plays pretty well, 23 for 36. Adds a touchdown in there, then also runs for another 66 yards. He gets it done. DJ Lagaway's okay. They run the ball okay for Florida, but never really able to get it in the end zone, not able to get it done. And, you know, it comes back to then bite them at the end of the game. South Florida kicks a field goal. Automatica Grammatica, Martin Grammatica's kid hits the game winner for USF against Florida. And Florida now just reeling after a loss to South Florida, knowing what they have going ahead, like knowing how tough that schedule is, and you lose this is brutal to walk into the next few weeks.
Yeah, man. I mean, they looked really good against Long Island, but man, once you face a team with a pulse, Billy Napier's in trouble. I'm telling you. Like, I mean, I know that's fairly obvious, but you know, you got DJ Lagway at quarterback. You're expected to take a big jump this year, and you just lay a complete egg against a team that you're supposed to beat up and down the field. I mean, I know we saw that USF is a pretty good team based on what they did to Boise State.
You're supposed to be. This is Florida. This is a team that some people said playoffs.
You're the Florida Gators. You should beat USF up and down the field every single snap of every single game. And I know it's early in the season, and a lot of teams are having their hiccups this year so far. But I mean, man, DJ Lagway, 23 of 33 for 222, a touchdown and a pick. They ran the football pretty well. I mean, I don't know. I don't even understand what happened to them. I really don't. It's like you had 355 yards of total offense, 11 penalties for 103 yards. That's probably what did it to you.
And here's the fun part. Out of the 10 remaining games on your schedule, 8 are currently ranked.
Yeah,
that is insane. And Mississippi State just beat a ranked team, and Kentucky put up a fight against a ranked team. Those are your two gimmies, Mississippi State and Kentucky. Those are your two gimmies. But you play LSU, Miami. You play the number 3 team in the country, number 5 team, number 7 team, number 16 team, number 6 team, number 17, number 15, and number 10. That is a gauntlet because they thought Florida State's a gimme. Yeah, Florida State's a world beater.
Patrick, I'm not trying to be too hyperbolic here, but could Florida go 2-10?
I mean, they could. They won't. I think they'll get 3 or 4.
Sure?
I think they'll get 3 or 4. But this is the thing is they went from a team that were like, they'll probably just miss the playoffs because their test schedule is too hard to, I don't know if they're going to be bowl eligible.
I mean, who are their wins? If you're going to say 3 or 4 wins, I want to know who you think they're going to beat.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. They probably should still beat Mississippi and Kentucky. So that's 3. They could beat A&M. They could beat Ole Miss. They could beat Tennessee. I'm not saying they will beat all of them. I'm saying they could.
They could.
And like this team could be better. We also did see they got better as the season went on last year. So they go and they could be better as the season goes on. But that is a brutal schedule. Brutal.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only team that they're definitely going to beat the rest of the year is Kentucky. Every other game is either a loss in my book or a coin flip.
No, that's what I'm saying. They could. Hell, look, I'll be completely honest. Texas is not a sure thing against this Florida team. We know that for sure. Like this Texas team could screw it up. So I'm not going to go out and pronounce them dead before we play them. Now, after we play them, I'll talk a lot of shit. But before we play them, a little bit more class.
I just think that there's a very realistic scenario that Florida is 2, 3, 4, 5, 1-5 heading into their game against Mississippi State, and Billy Napier is already fired.
Oh yeah, there's. I mean, but like again, you're playing your next 3 games are top 10 teams. That is brutal. That is a brutal run right there for this Florida team. Yeah, if I was a Florida fan, this is where you just like, I don't know if I'm going to watch the rest of the season. I'm just going to be like, I'm good. I'm good right now.
Hey, listen, if Florida comes out and gets blown out by LSU, they might fire Billy Napier on the spot.
He may get a tarmac, or he may not even make it the locker room.
He may not even make the locker room, man.
Was that Herm Edwards?
He's gonna have to fly commercial out of Baton Rouge.
Was that Herm Edwards who got fired in the end zone?
At
Arizona State.
Yeah, and then Lane Kiffin got left on the tarmac by USC.
I know he got fired on the tarmac, but I'm pretty sure Herm Edwards got fired in the end zone. I think that's who I'm thinking of.
I think you're right.
Who got fired in the end zone? Well, how about your Ole Miss Rebels against Kentucky having to pull it out late there in a game where it was a 1-score game? They get a turnover late to seal the deal. What went wrong here? Austin Simmons, 2 interceptions in the game. He got a little banged up at a point there. Lane Kiffin said after the game, though, he could have come back in if he needed to. But they were just like, we're just going to run the ball now. We're not throwing it again. So we don't need to have him back in the game. It wasn't like Kentucky's offense was necessarily great. They did run for 172 yards in the game. So they got that rolling against Ole Miss, but Ole Miss ran for 220. So there was plenty of running happening in this game. What went wrong for Ole Miss that this was too close? It just Mark Stoops trying to pull back a decent program again, or was this more Ole Miss just shooting themselves in the foot?
I think this was a case of Mark Stoops knows how to play Lane Kiffin very well.
Yeah.
For one thing, they beat Ole Miss last year in a game that was incredibly frustrating. But Ole Miss just seems to. This is kind of the thing with Ole Miss. These games against these teams that they're supposed to blow out, and they have double-digit spreads against, they always seem to kind of screw it up somehow. They shoot themselves in the foot. They turn the ball over. They get leaky on defense, all these different things. And I was texting a couple of my college buddies during this game, and we were all just like, man, I kind of have the feeling this is going to be a long year. Because, Austin Simmons, everybody expects Austin Simmons to be a good quarterback, and I still think he will be. It's the same situation with Arch Manning. He's getting his feet under him. He's going on the road for the first time in his career, all those different things. But 13 of 24, 2 picks, coming off of a game where you beat Georgia State 70-3 or whatever the score of that game was, is I'm not prepared to write Ole Miss off just yet, but with their schedule coming up, they've got Arkansas, which is going to be tricky for them. The Arkansas game's always tricky for them. Tulane is a pretty good football team. They're sitting at 2-0 right now. Then you got LSU. I don't know. I think that they're going to be okay, but they got a lot to clean up really, really quickly.
No, and I think this is one too. If you watch Jackson Dart playing really well in the NFL and preseason and everything, there may be a little bit more of a thought of all right, maybe Jackson was a little bit better than we were giving him credit for here. And maybe a little bit better. And Austin Simmons all right, he may get there, but it's going to be a minute. He's got to get there first.
Yeah, it's the Quinn Ewers effect. It's the same thing. You miss the guy. You miss what you had because you don't realize how good it was until it's gone. To Jackson Dart's credit, I think he's the second best quarterback in the history of Ole Miss.
Yeah.
He just frustrated the hell out of me while he was doing all that. He was kind of an up and down guy at times, but at the end of the day, Austin Simmons is going to be fine. This is just classic Ole Miss. They shoot themselves in the foot. They make dumb mistakes. Lane Kiffin makes questionable calls from time to time. But they were able to survive it this week, which was something that they haven't been able to do in the past necessarily.
Yes. Just another note in there, because I had it in my notes. As much as we talked about Alabama this week, they showed up.
Yeah, I'll say.
73-0 against UL Monroe. But this again is very much of what Bama does, which is be like, oh guys, I know we screwed up last week, but we'll figure it out against UL Monroe. But the big stat of the day, let's see. Does Kalen DeBoer get less penalties than his opponent? No. 5 for 55. UL Monroe at 4 for 41. Alabama committed more penalties than their opponent. The streak is alive. Kalen DeBoer is yet to coach a game at Alabama where the Crimson Tide has had less penalty yardage than the other team.
That's just crazy. That is crazy.
So I had to go check that stat to just be like, all right, well, they destroyed them. Maybe they didn't get the penalties. Nope, still got the penalties.
Yeah, I joked on Friday about this game being a trap game, but hey, Bama took care of business. I didn't watch it. I probably won't go back and watch it. But I guess they looked better. They looked a little bit more assertive than they did last week, at least.
Yes. A little bit more. Just a little bit more. And finally, the last big game on Saturday was, of course, Michigan and Oklahoma. Oklahoma getting the 24-13 win there. It was a little bit of a slow start for Oklahoma. Maybe wasn't fully on, but it did not take them too long. They didn't necessarily run the ball at a level they wanted to run it. John Mateer, of course, did whatever he wanted to do. He runs for 74 yards, add that to his 270 passing. He did have an interception in the game. So he played well, but not necessarily Heisman well. But we thought he did play well, but he's not necessarily, he didn't step onto the stage and say, no interceptions, throw for 300, run for another 100. Close, but not quite. He did all right. Was 21 for 34 as well. But yeah, the rest of the running for Oklahoma, not really there. Jaden Ott got his first playing time. He was hurt in week 1, so he did not play. He goes 4 carries for 9 yards. So he didn't necessarily play at that high level. Justice Haynes ran all over Oklahoma, so you're hoping that will be something that Texas can use in that game against them, but they really knew how to confuse a Bryce Underwood. And we kind of thought that was a question of after week 1, Bryce Underwood, I'm like, dude, he the same way when Texas played a really good defense in Ohio State, Arch had his struggles. Bryce Underwood's going to have those too, and he did.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Oklahoma dominated that game from start to finish, and it should have been a lot more of a score discrepancy there. Outside of that one long run from Justice Haynes, I think that they held that offense in check for the most part. I mean, Justice Haynes got his yards, but they were never really a threat offensively in that game. And look, I know he didn't play, Heisman level awesome, but I think he's still probably your Heisman front runner right now.
Yeah,
he got the big stage. He took care of business. I think he'll continue to get better. So he's going to be a real challenge for this Texas defense here in a few weeks. I still think Oklahoma is a work in progress as well, though. I think they can be a lot better than they were on Saturday, particularly stopping the run and running the football. Once Jaden Ott gets his feet under him, I think that he's going to be better. But hey, if these two teams are both, if the rest of their schedule goes chalk the rest of the way, and you're sitting there with an undefeated Oklahoma team versus a one-loss Texas team, I kind of like Texas's chances in that game just for the fact that it looks like they're going to be able to run the ball and stop the run against this Oklahoma team.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Let's talk a little NFL. We'll start off with my Texans. Texans lose to the Rams 14-9. Defensive game back and forth. Texans have the ball with a chance to come down and score and win the game late in the game, and a great defensive play by the Rams, just dead on punches a ball out from Ogunbowale. Rams recover, game over. The Texans offense looked okay. The offensive line was there at points, and then other times complete garbage from that offensive line. So it was kind of a mishmash of what we got out of them. CJ Stroud looked okay, but again, there were some plays where he turned into pressure instead of stepping up into the pocket. So I don't know what he was doing at certain points. Nick Chubb went, 4.6 yards per carry. Looked like he started a little slow and then started to figure it out. So maybe he'll be able to help you out a little bit as a running back, especially if you're ever able to get Joe Mixon back. But, I think Nico Collins didn't really necessarily get the space he wanted to get. You didn't necessarily get the time you wanted to get. Spread the ball around pretty well, but nobody really made those explosive plays against this Rams offense. And then 3 sacks being allowed is not really what you want to see. You'd like to get that number down to 1 or 2. But yeah, and like there was one that killed me because they had 6 guys on the line. They had a tight end in protection. And it was a 4-man rush. And they got to him with ease. And I'm like, you cannot be losing 4-man rushes. You are going to need to be able to fight off when they're not blitzing. And they just lost it so bad. And then there would be other plays where they'd rush 6 and CJ Stroud would get the playoff, no problem. So they just got to start to figure those out. This was also their new offensive coordinator, Brian Kelly's first game calling plays. So hopefully that will improve as the season goes on. As far as the Rams go, it was Rams football. They did pretty well across the board. Maybe the running wasn't fully where you wanted to be with Kyron Williams. He got some good plays. He had some ones where the Texans defense was able to stuff him. Jay Witt looked amazing. If they didn't hold for him every play, his stat line would have looked pretty as good as well. But he had 2 big plays called back because of holdings. So I was watching that game, and as a Texans fan, I'm like, this is nice. As a Longhorn fan, I'm like, let Jay Witt shine, man. Let Jay Witt shine. But at the end of the day, a tough loss for the Texans because it did feel like they maybe were going to be able to make that comeback. It definitely looked better than it did last year. But again, this is week 1 in that offense. So are they going to be able to improve on this? Or is it going to be where everybody figures it out and they're going to have more and more problems as the season goes on?
Well, I think it's kind of hard to judge the offensive line on this game because it's just an incredibly good Rams pass rush.
Yeah.
They made a living last year getting a lot of pressure on quarterbacks with a 4-man rush. That's something that they really take pride in. So it's not entirely surprising to see against an offensive line that's being rebuilt from the ground up. That being said, just because they did it really well last year doesn't excuse you to not be able to control it this week. So the Texans certainly have some work to do along the offensive line. They're missing. I think I thought Nick Chubb played fine, but they're really missing Joe Mixon right now.
Yeah.
He really needs to be a part of this offense for it to be at its full capability. And the defense was what I thought it was going to be. It's a really good defense. It's just, Matthew Stafford made a couple throws in there that you're just like, man, like this guy's still really good when he's on his game and when he's healthy. Like that play that sealed the game down the sideline, just incredibly good play call, very tricky play, but he hits him right on the money. That touchdown that he threw. All the stuff that they do offensively is so much fun to watch. And they're a really tough team too. Like Puka Nacua getting his head busted open and having to go to the locker room and get stitches and then coming back and having a great game. Like that's why I think this Rams team is going to be really good by the end of the year. They certainly have some things to work on too, but for the Texans, it's really all about that offensive line and not making mistakes. That Ogunbowale fumble was, that's why he's in the game, because you trust him not to fumble the football.
Yeah. And if you watch the play, the guy's not even trying to tackle him. He's literally going forward to fall, and the guy just punches the ball. Dead on punched it. It flies 10 yards back. It was frustrating. The play that got me was when they were on the goal line and they quarterback sneak with Matt Stafford and they didn't get it. And I'm like, I don't know about you, but Sean, I probably wouldn't take my 38-year-old quarterback that's missed all of preseason with back problems and try and do a quarterback sneak in week 1. Maybe I'd hand that ball off. I'm just saying that one. It's like, dude, why would you do that to your quarterback? I get Matt Stafford's the type of guy who would be like, no, quarterback sneak, we got it. So maybe it wasn't the play call and he just changed it. But that was the case. And then the Texans, once again, penalty problems as well. Not a disciplined team. This was a problem all last season. 11 penalties for 80 yards for the Texans yesterday. That also kills you when you're trying to have drives, trying to get anything moving against a good defense of the Rams. There was just nothing they could really get going.
Yeah, and I think that the Texans are going to end up being pretty good. There was a lot of positives to take away from that game. Just the penalties and the turnover down the stretch. If you can minimize those penalties, seal things up on the offensive line even just a little bit better, and you can take care of the football, I think this team's going to win a lot of games.
The Friday night game, Chargers finally get their win over the Chiefs on Friday night. Justin Herbert, man, we were like, they're going to run the ball. They're just going to run the ball. They're going to run the ball. Through 34 passes, he was 25 or 34 for 318 yards. He had another 32 on the ground. Najee Harris, 1 carry. Just really did not use Najee Harris much. It was all Amari and Hampton, who only averaged 3.2 yards per carry, wasn't necessarily super effective in the game. It did not matter, though. They got the job done. Unfortunately, we saw Xavier Worthy get hurt at the beginning of that game as well, running into Travis Kelce, and they took him out. Hopefully that was nothing major. I haven't seen too much about what he is at after the game. But big win for the Chargers going forward.
Justin Herbert is having the best year of any human being alive right now, I think. That guy is winning at life. He's getting paid a ton of money. He just beat the Chiefs. He's dating Madison Beer. Like this guy's just winning. He's winning at everything. So good for him. And dude, Lad McConkey is a problem. That guy is everywhere all the time. And there were a couple of spots where, Herbert overthrew him. He could have had a touchdown, and like this passing game is only going to get better, I think. And once they figure out how to run the football, this could be a really dang good team. And I was very, very happy to see the Chiefs lose a close game as well. That really tickled my fancy there. I hate the Chiefs with a passion, and I was glad to see the winning side, come out. I was really happy about that one.
All right, let me ask you this one. What do you take out of this Dolphins-Colts game? Colts win 33-8, look unstoppable on offense against a Dolphins defense that has been taken apart a lot by salary cap. And then Tua is a shell of his former self, just not playing well at all. This is one Mike McDaniel. I'm like, dude, if I'm the Texans, I'm like, hey, do you want to come work for us? You want to call some plays for us when you get fired in week like 4? Come over here. Work for us. Ain't going to be there long, man. The Colts just embarrassed you.
Yeah, apparently Daniel Jones is the next Andrew Luck. Like he looked incredible. Tyler Warren looked really good. They ran the football decently well. I don't know that I've ever seen Daniel Jones go 22 of 29 with 272 and no picks. Like he was really good. Michael Pittman looked really good. A.D. Mitchell even got a couple catches in there. But man, the Dolphins. I don't know what. Tua throws 2 picks. That offense
Zach
looks
Wilson
like
got
it's in
in
shambles. The defense looks like it's in shambles.
Yeah,
I
right.
really like Mike McDaniel. I think he's a really good coach.
Me too. Something
But
just fell apart there.
Something has gone wrong there, and he might not make it out of their first bye week.
No, as a Texans fan, call us. We may need a play caller. If they're watching week 1, we may need an experienced play caller.
CJ Stroud with McDaniel as his play caller and offensive coordinator. That would be something special. I'm telling you.
How about this one? The Packers 27-13 over the Lions. Ben Johnson gone. Lions look different, didn't they? Still threw the ball all right, but that defense wasn't really there. The running game was completely gone whatsoever. They could not figure out how to run the football. Jahmyr Gibbs, 9 carries for 19 yards. Dave Montgomery, 11 carries for 25 yards. Jared Goff has a decent game, but you got to be able to run the football.
Yeah, I was really surprised by the outcome of this game. Micah Parsons got a sack. I guess he's feeling okay. Jordan Love looked incredible, though. And that was without Matthew Golden even really getting involved that much. I think he only had a couple catches.
Yeah, 2 catches for 16.
So the Packers looked really, really good. I expected them to win that game. I didn't think it was going to be that dominant, though. I thought it was going to be a closer game. But Ben Johnson, man, he must have been it. He must have been the secret sauce. And defensively, too, Aaron Glenn being gone is a massive change, too. I mean, they didn't look anything like that defense that we saw last year whatsoever.
No. Aaron Glenn trying to get that win. The Steelers steal that one away, but we'll talk about the big one as we're running out of time on a Monday afternoon. Buffalo gets a 41-40 win. This was another one that I was like, it's over. Kind of doing other stuff, not really paying attention. All of a sudden, Buffalo comes back to win this game. Derrick Henry has a great game, but a fumble late in the game. He averages 9.4 yards per carry. He just dominated, and then a big fumble. So for fantasy football owners, I think that, not that because I was playing him and I'm losing that game, I think that should be worth more because he cost his team the game. We're negative like 15. Come on, 20. I need some help here.
Yeah, I mean, Buffalo was down 40-25 in the fourth quarter. And Josh Allen just, storms him back and they forced that turnover, which was huge. But, that was the best football game I watched all weekend. That was crazy. I really enjoyed that game. I still think that the Ravens are going to be really, really good. The Bills just score in bunches, man. That offense is crazy good when Josh Allen is on. They're going to go a really long way.
Yeah, no, that makes you feel like this team is – this may be – look, they feel this is their year, and that is their start of the season. And for the Ravens, week 1 to lose another game like this after last year, Isaiah Likely foot just barely out of bounds. They're like, the hell, man? We not win this week 1 game.
They're the LSU of the NFL.
There you go. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back, wrap it up with our meathead of the day here on a Monday afternoon here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Field goal, end zone, interception.
What's up, kid?
Just trying to write a new commercial for audiovisual consultations. You know, football season is about to start.
Okay, so what have you got so far?
Roses are red, violets are blue, football is awesome, our installations are too.
Yeah, I don't think you're getting what I want.
Okay, how about my football lies over the ocean?
Boy.
Yeah, I guess I just don't really understand this sport. Like, think about hockey, a sport played by real men. Fights, no TV timeouts, and no flopping.
Yeah, that's why Audiovisual installs systems so that every customer feels like they're right there on the field.
People's love for football might be hard to understand, but AVC can tackle any residential or home improvement to get you ready for the big game.
Now you're getting it.
Ready for the halftime show?
What?
Hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678.
Wrapping things up here on a Monday afternoon here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Shout out to Chan on the text line. He's happy for Jay Wood and was calling the Texans offense not great. The Texans offense, Brian Cayley, wasn't great week one. Maybe he'll grow into it. By the way, you know the Miami Dolphins passing game coordinators?
I don't. Adam
Bobby
Gase?
Slowick. Bobby Slowick, the former offensive coordinator of the Texans. So we're going to blame him for all of this. We'll blame him for all of the problems. Let's get to our meathead of the day today. And let's just go with this beautiful lady who the Powerball was $1.8 billion. By the fact I'm here should tell you I did not win it. I think it's like Michigan. It's another state. Someone in Texas won it. But somebody won the $1.8 billion lottery. If it was this woman, then we know what's going to happen. We'll know by the end of the day what's going to happen.
I'll tell you exactly what I'd do with the first $70 million. I'd pay off Kalen DeBoer and get him the heck out of the University of Alabama, and then I'd take whatever else it took to get rid of the AD. I'd give my church money. I don't know how much of what I'd have, after I paid my taxes. But I'm sure I'd have plenty with this kind of deal, but I know I'm not going to win. I just hope I win some scratch-offs. I just do it for the fun.
The first thing I'd do is pay Kalen DeBoer $70 million to go away, and I get rid of that AD too, ruining our football program.
Man, this is Alabama in a nutshell. It's all they care about down there, when you're in Alabama, you grow up either an Alabama or an Auburn fan. You don't care about professional football, and they live their life by it. That's the only thing that matters to them. $70 million of my hard-earned lottery money I'd put towards firing a football coach. That's just screams Alabama to me.
Firing a football coach because he lost to Florida State, ruining the program. And I don't know who we're going to hire. This is Alabama, and we see this. This is the same thought as when Texas fans are like, well, we can just hire anybody, and you're like, Well, not really. We can hire a lot of people. We can make good decisions, but not anybody. It's not like we're going to be like, hey, Saban, you want to come out of retirement? He go, oh, of course. Of course I would love to come back. I don't think it's not a reality. We can't, you can't just get anybody and everybody. And if we could, we would. We would buy every single player. We would buy every, we would. That's not a reality. Yet somehow it is always believed that we can, we're Texas. We can do anything. And they believe we're Alabama. As long as we get rid of Kalen DeBoer, we'll be able to find that right coach, even though every other coach just got a paycheck raise, got a big paycheck afterwards because everyone else is like, we're staying where we are. We just got raised another couple $1,000,000 to stay at home and stay where we're happy and not having to go follow a legend like that. But yeah, that is, I said that to all my friends from Alabama, and they're all like, yeah, that's dead on what it's like to live in Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Alabama fans kind of struggle with the fact that there were coaches who turned down the job before they hired Kalen DeBoer. So you can't go get anybody that you want because they already tried to do that. It didn't work out.
Yes. All right. We're going to get out of here. We'll come back. More Texas San Jose State, more NFL. We'll break down even more as we get through the week, getting into a Tuesday edition of the show tomorrow. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.